Ladies and gentlemen, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2. Once upon a time, we actually covered VTMB1, and it was actually pretty decent until we got past the first area. And then it just kind of got worse progressively throughout the rest of the game. Never mind the frickin' sewer levels, which, just leave that over there. But overall, it was still a game that was like noteworthy, memeable, memorable, etc. And it certainly gained a fairly large cult following. In fact, people were already workshopping the idea of a sequel back in 2007. I don't actually remember if it was before the Oblivion line. Someone with access to the internet and my website can actually check that for me. So, in 2015, let's fast forward a little bit, Paradox bought White Wolf. Yes, that's right, the entire company. And obviously that came with a lot of things, not the least of which being whether or not VTMB1 was after the Oblivion line. In other words, if it's a current review or not. That's really it. It came with several IPs, several concepts with it, which included the World of Darkness setting, which itself included the Bloodlines IP. Okay. So pretty shortly thereafter, and here's the weird part, they're very tight-lipped about this, so even though I did several bits to try and double-check myself on this, nobody actually listed a date. But what we do know is that fairly shortly after this, there was already a pitch being pushed out from a company called Hardsuit Labs, and they had already reached out to Brian Mitsoda, who was the writer of VTMB1, and said, hey, can you come work on this? Now, he was in the midst of a few things because he was working... Wow, it was net positive. He was working on... He did a game called Dead State. He worked on Torment, Tides of Numenera, a couple other little games. He actually did work for Alpha Protocol, which was then thrown out, apparently. Not sure what's going on with that. So they brought him in, and the producer at Paradox said, if we have this team who already has a pitch, and they have the original writer on board, done. So they greenlit it immediately. So they started work on VTMB2. The game was going to be set in Seattle. It was going to be focused on non-combat gameplay, which actually sounds really cool, at least to me. It's something I've been pushing lately, is the idea that you don't need to have combat to have gameplay in your game. See Disco Elysium for probably the best example of that we've seen so far. It was going to be a very zoomed-in character piece. You were going to be just some random dude who was accidentally turned during a vampire attack. And when I say dude, I don't mean gender. So just some random person who was turned during a vampire attack. And the whole thrust of the plot was going to be struggling with your identity in the wake of having so much of your world turned around. So, sounded kind of cool. There were multiple factions built. They had already done most of the work for the setting. Like I said, it was set in Seattle. And there was going to be this whole thing about political intrigue and blah, blah, blah. In 2020, roughly 4+ years later, and again, we're kind of vague on the timeline here, but that's a long time in development, Mitsoda, the writer, and several other people on the development team were, without warning and without any kind of explanation, just canned. Just kicked out the door. He has actually done interviews on this, and has flat out stated that he actually doesn't know why he was fired. He could be lying, but he's not the only one who said that. So this is very strange that they just decided to kick them out and be like, no, they were just straight up fired. It was just like, okay. Almost immediately after this, Paradox brought in Chris Avallone. Now, if you're paying attention to the timeline, I don't blame you if you're not, this is right about when Avallone had those false allegations laid against him. So, Avallone was kicked off the project. Now, hang on, there's a double whammy here. Because Avallone came in, started writing a bunch of stuff. Then they fired him over the false allegations, at which point they then had someone else go in and actually get rid of all the stuff he wrote. In other words, it was literally double the work, because they had to actually then, they insisted on sweeping everything he had worked on out of the game. At this point in time, it was pretty much agreed upon by everyone who was still working on it at Hardsuit that the game wasn't going anywhere. And they had to rip out, this was a mandate from Paradox, they had to rip out so much of the plot, because Avallone was Avallone, who tends to treat writing like, well, like I do, frankly. and wants to be involved at every step of the process. So they gutted the story so hard that they didn't really have a story left. I don't know how that applies in this case, Loner. So they had nothing left, and so Hardsuit said, "We can't. We're walking away from this." So Hardsuit left the project entirely. This is, at this point, 2021. It has been a minimum of 5 years since they've started development on this game. Paradox was like, okay, now what? And they were just going to go ahead and cancel the whole thing. And there's actually some legal stuff going on here, too. Because there was a lot of, like, there was basically a mandate to make the game, and there was threats of being sued because of how much of the thing. There's a whole thing. Yeah, if you're paying attention, 2020 and 2021 is right about when Paradox was absolutely having no idea what they were doing. I don't know if they've pulled themselves out of that yet. Fun fact, we'll be playing EU5 later this week. But this was the period of time in which Paradox was really screwing up hard under the hood. Go figure. So, they were thinking about just straight up canceling the project and just being like, we're done. We're walking away from it. But then the Chinese room reached out to them. I find something about that very funny, that the Chinese room were actually the ones who initiated this contact, by all accounts. And they said, hey, we've got a pitch. And the Paradox is like, sure, it's yours. It's your project. Have fun. So Chinese room was like, no problem. We got this, fam. And then it got delayed, and then it got delayed, and then it got delayed, and then it got delayed. This is when I'm going to start to mention my own involvement in all this. So obviously, I was involved. I was excited about the game when it was first majorly announced from the Hardsuit production. I was on board, and when they first did their major release announcement, which was actually in 2019, you guys funded this game very quickly. You may or may not notice that there's no thank you thing up here. That's because this game was funded so long ago, I wasn't keeping track the same way I do now. I don't know who funded this game, for how much, or when. So thank you, anyone who donated to this game. I hope you know who you are, because I don't. This predates my record keeping. So you guys funded this game very, very quickly. And I was like, sweet, let's do it. And yeah, thank you, the people. And I was actually excited to go into it, and it's actually very true, but when and I was very curious where they were going to go with it, and especially after VTMB1, which was actually a fascinating review. But then the game got essentially canceled, and I was like, oh, okay. And it's been in this locked and waiting slot on the website for a very long time now. There were a bunch of games, if you remember, that used to be down there. Elden Ring was down there at one point in time, to use another example. And those games have just been sitting there. And one by one, those games have been coming out and being funded. Yeah, we played Coteries of New York was the other game we played. Wasn't very impressed with that one. Not a great game. So, then they switched developers. Like, there was that dead period. You remember the dead period? Some of you probably don't. But there was a dead period where there was just, like, no news. And then they announced that the Chinese room was working on it. And I was just like, okay. Sure. Why, of all people, why not? Okay, sure, whatever. And then they got the first delay, and the second delay, and the third delay, and the fourth delay. And I actually got to the point where I was actually saying on camera, because some people would ask, like, hey, did you hear that there was another delay? And I was like, I will believe that game is out when it finally comes out. It finally actually came out. I am legitimately a little bit shocked by that. We'll see how it actually is. Speaking of which, before I move a little bit further, I want to mention one other thing. I have to mention the DLC drama. So they were going to... They had this whole thing. This is hysterical. I hope this game sucks, start day. I really do. This is a pretty blind run. I know I should mention that as a result of looking at the behind the scenes, I know that they completely changed the story, plot, and premise. So we're not playing a nobody anymore, and we're not playing like someone who's struggling with identity. All that's just thrown completely out the window. Um, but anyways, when the game was announced a few months ago, this is very recently, they said also we're going to be releasing several of the clans as playable at launch as Day 1 DLC. Now, if you know this, players don't like Day 1 DLC. I can't imagine why. Nobody liked that, and the backlash to this was so widespread, was so prolific. They actually changed their mind on it. They actually legitimately turned it around and decided, okay, fine, we're gonna go ahead and just release those for free and not put this out as DLC. And I mention that because you know how gaming companies don't give a crap about us, right? Not really. That is how massive the backlash was to that. Everybody hated that. Now, JKR actually asked a valid question. What's wrong with the Chinese room? Other than the consciousness thought experiment, which is not what I care about. So let's look at the games that the Chinese room has made. Let's see. There's Dear Esther, Amnesia, a Machine for Pigs, Everybody's Gone to Rapture. I should stop here because I'm actually not familiar with the others. They've also made a game called Little Orpheus and Still Wakes the Deep. I don't know what those are. Yeah, Machine for Pigs is not a good game. You know that I'm not a big fan of horror in general, but at least Amnesia is a game I can acknowledge is like a significant and good horror game. And then there's Amnesia, a Machine for Pigs, which is not. And then there's Dear Esther, which is, again, a walking sim. It's actually, several people argue it's one of the walking sims, like one of the ones that really pushed the concept of the walking sim genre. They're the people making this RPG, this action RPG. We'll see! But the other thing I wanted to mention about the DLC thing is that there are actually still DLCs planned. 2 of them. One's called Loose Cannon. The other one is called The Flower and the Flame. I don't give a damn. Normally, I don't want to explain this really quick. Normally, our policy, especially after the disaster that was Baldur's Gate 3, is that we wait until a game is fully out before we review it to avoid having to replay a lengthy and costly game. So, this is an exception. Because A, I just want to get this game out and over with, and B, I don't care enough. And honestly, I'm not sure you do either. Yeah, there's a legitimate possibility this game will perform so badly that might never happen. You remember when Imperator had a whole sequence of things they were going to do to it, and then they didn't? But the final reason, and this is very personal, is I am sick of this game sitting in my queue. I want to remove this card from my Rolodex. For the 3 of you in chat who know what a Rolodex is. Now, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to give a negative to gameplay right off the bat. And you're probably thinking, wow, for DLC? Nope, remember, they got rid of the DLC. That's not it. No, the real reason is because the game, in my initial tech tests of just getting the game on camera, has already crashed twice. That's not a joke. Yeah, literally the first thing that happened when I very first launched the game, and just to set up my settings, was it instantly crashed. No, unfortunately, that was just the internet. Okay, so it didn't crash this time. That's actually, we're already doing better. Oh yeah, seizure warning. Great start. Oh god, I don't know what the difference is. We'll do normal. We'll see how this feels.
I would be the beast incarnate, and none here would survive my hunger or my rage.
A powerful kindred in torpor against my will. An elder of my kind.
I'm sorry, we're playing an elder. It's an elder. Exactly what it sounds like, really. What generation are we? Do we know? I guess we'll find out. Oh, okay. So we're nerfed. Of course we are. Where's my coin? There's my coin. Coin says female.
Queen City, they used to call it. The gateway to Alaska, the city of flowers. That one never took off. The Emerald City, in the 80s, when they were trying to give it a spit shine. Layers upon layers of history, each trying to mask the ones below. But Queen City is not wrong when you dig under the polish. Blue bloods and castles, peasants in the gutter. Same old story with a pretty flag on top. This town's had a queen for a long, long time. When the weight of a crown gets too heavy, people start sharpening axes. But it takes one hell of a push to set them swinging. You need a firebrand, a revolutionary, a despot, a murderer, or maybe just someone with a real big axe to grind. If I were a betting man, I'd say the heads are just starting to roll. And I am a betting man.
Hey. Hey, are you okay? Frank! Frank, there's someone hurt down here! Get someone on that radio! Take it easy. I got you. Don't try to move. Are you hurt?
What a nice fellow. Oh, goody. It's one of those games that freezes when I alt tab. Restart from last checkpoint is a thing. Okay.
Hey, hello, Richie. What the hell happened? You okay? Richie! Shit. Hang on, I'm on my way.
What? Where? I cannot be found like this. I am not strong.
Yeah, I've actually already seen that the motion blur is not something you can turn off. It's right here. I actually saw it. It's post-processing. Motion blur and depth of field and bloom. I can set it to low, which I did. But that's it. Yeah, I might actually I edit that. Oh yeah, by the way, optional telemetry. You'll notice I turned that off. That is defaulted to on, if you're wondering. I think that's worthy of a graphics negative. Let's see. Hang on. Oh, good. I can change the difficulty on the fly. I do like being able to change the difficulty on the fly. Yeah, Paradox has been pretty open and honest, as pathetic as that sounds, about selling player data. It's the nicest thing I'd say about that is they have never been quiet about the fact that, yeah, no, we're totally scraping. How do you turn off the thing, Sub-Zero? The Alt-Tab thing, because I'm not seeing it. Oh, it's right there. I'm blind. I'm blind. Never mind. Never mind. I see it. I see it. There we go. Oh, that's better. Okay. It's an envelope of cash. No paycheck for your friend this week. You tell him we'll see him snooping upstairs again. He'll lose something real valuable. Plus 10 experience. Wow, those are some graphics, all right. Are you seeing that? Oh my god. Are you... Oh my god. Are you seeing that? Look at the lower left of my screen. What in the world? Oh, geez. It's like the whole screen when I'm just backing through it. See it? What is that? Yeah, let's turn the post-processing back up. Because what the crap? Oh, this is great. This is fantastic. Hey, Evo. Hey, Evo. Look at it. Look at how it's rendering the lighting. Hey, everyone in chat, I want you to know something. This is true. Evo Iliani in chat right now has made a game in this engine that doesn't have this problem with the lighting. I've reviewed it. It's basically a demo right now, but I've reviewed it, and it's solid, and she didn't have this problem. That didn't even fix... Look at the shadows. Oh my god, there's no collision. The rats are just going through the couch. What, you're talking about the lighting thing? Yeah, Huthor, you work with graphics. What the hell is causing that? Hang on, hang on. Oh my god. Oh, I see it. I see it. Wow. No, yeah, I see it. That's not even that far away. Okay. This... Okay, hold on, hold on. So let's crank everything here. Let's just absolutely crank everything. There we go, there we go. Wow, look at that cranked shadow design. And it's still doing the lighting thing. I think it's actually less. It's still there, though. Jesus Christ. Oh, that's true. We do have no shadow. I think this is 5. Jay Palmer, don't quote me on that. I just... Oh, no, I do see it. I do actually have a shadow. You're right. I couldn't even tell. Yeah, it's under my feet and nothing else. As in individually, each of my feet has an individual shadow. That's actually worse. I was about to say, I don't know if us not having a shadow is deliberate, because we're a vampire. But... yeah, that's not really a shadow. Yeah, that's not a true shadow. Oh god, look at our legs. Our legs like cross into each other. Do you see that? Why even render that? If you're gonna do like an FPS thing, why even render this? Look at the legs. Look at the legs. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Yes, actually, Huthor. So, okay, hang on. I'm sorry, everyone's probably tired of this room. Hang on. Let's crank all the graphics down and see what happens. Let's just crank everything all the way to minimum and see what happens. Oh God, I can barely tell the difference. I can barely tell the difference. I mean, obviously, that's worse. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, it looks the same. It looks the same. Nothing's changed. So, there's one of those things, right? We were talking about this a few days ago. No, my frame rate hasn't changed at all. Sure, we'll do one quick reload just for you. We'll just go and kill the whole game, start over from scratch. So there's this thing that happens. I'll use Duke Nukem Forever as an example. Duke Nukem Forever was in development since like 90 something, right? That was really strange. But that's actually not true. Let me explain a little bit. So, Duke Nukem Forever, the game that was Duke Nukem Forever was in development since 98-ish. Yeah, it was somewhere in the late 90s. Until finally that game was completely torpedoed. And then someone else came in and made a brand new game. And this totally new game is the game that became the Duke Nukem Forever that actually came out. This is actually a semi-common thing where a game will be in... Like, viewers, players will look at it and say, oh my god, this game's been in development for 20 years. When in fact, the game that came out was only in development for like 3 or whatever, right? This came out with Final Fantasy 15 as well. I mention all that because this is another example of that. The original game was in development for a minimum of, that would have been about 5-ish years, depending on when exactly it got greenlit, because again, we don't have exact numbers there. This game was in development for 4 years, which is still sad, to be honest with you. Like, 4 years to make this. Yeah, exactly, Mook. That's a good example of that. Kingdom Hearts 3 was actually like that. Several Square games have been like that, where there's like the game they started work on and then the game they actually finished work on. Again, FF15. This was the Chinese room, Uthor. And yeah, oh my god, did you see that? Did you see that?
Richie! Shit! Hang on, I'm on my way.
What?
It's not as bad. Wait, oh, never mind. I take it back. It's still there.
I cannot be found like this. I am not strong.
That's some interesting bricks. My frame rate has not changed one microscopic bit. I have been static 60 the entire time. I can prove it. Check it out. Still blurry. There's no turning off motion blur. Speaking of which, I flipped a coin. Let's go ahead and give a negative for motion blur. VSync is on? I actually can't turn it off. But I do have it limited to 60 right there. Like, I can uncap it, but I won't see anything because my monitor is a 60 FPS monitor. Okay, so yeah, let's crank all the way thing back up to alt. Let's see what happens. That's the same texture. That has not improved. Okay, okay. Well, let's do our due diligence. Let's do our due diligence. Nothing changed. Nothing changed. If you have to restart the game anytime you change a graphic setting, I am giving that a separate negative. Because, yeah, most of the time, there is actually such a thing. Hang on. Let me be clear about that. There is such a thing as you must restart the game for this graphic setting to change. That's a thing, and most games have a warning, either in the menu or as a pop-up, saying, hey, you need to restart the game in order for this to take effect. That's a semi-normal thing. Nothing said that, either in the menu or as a pop-up. Look, there's our mystery shadows again.
What the hell happened?
Look at our mystery shadows. Do you see that?
Shit. Hang on, I'm on my way.
And then they just go away.
What? Where?
Oh my god, they're the same bricks.
Cannot be found like
They haven't changed. They haven't changed!
I am not strong.
Sure, but since I'll lose chat, what am I looking for, Luthor? The options are fake. They're not doing anything. The options are fake. I would consider 120 FPS a scam in the same way Alienware is a scam. Like, it is something you're getting. It's not a lie, but it's overpriced and it's not worth the effort. Alright, well, okay, so let's switch over to full screen. So I don't know what you're going to see here. Let's just do this and see what happens. Okay. Oh, okay. So now I'm in full 4K. That did not seem to fix anything with that. Let's go look at our bricks. Oh my god, that culling. That culling is so bad. Bricks are still terrible. Yeah, that did not seem to fix anything at all. Yeah, cool. Okay. Go back to something where I can tell what the hell I'm doing. Should be this resolution. There we go. Fake options. Fake options. I think that's actually a new one. I think that's precedence. I cannot actually imagine another game I could think of off the top of my head where there are fake options. Yeah, Evo, I remember that there were like default graphic settings. You remember that? Because like there was an Ultra, which it defaulted to, and it was like turbo rendering everything, and it was awful. I'm wondering if they just left the default Unreal options in. Cinematic mode, that was it. Yeah. Because, like, wow. Okay, so hang on. So someone mentioned... I love how we haven't left this stupid room yet. Texture. Here we go. So texture quality is at Ultra. Let's set it to, like, medium. Just texture quality. Let's see. Let's change that. Sure, we'll mess with resolution scale. I sincerely don't think this is going to do anything. Nope. Didn't fix that problem. Oh, God, J. Palmer, that's a good question. That's a good question. Wow. Okay. I'm going to, Sub-Zero. Sorry. I didn't respond verbally. I am going to. It's just... Obviously, the game doesn't get credit for that, right? Like, for the purposes of review, these are all a bundle of negatives for being terrible and or lying options. But yeah, we'll go and do some I&I editing in just a minute. Auto set. Where was the auto set? Here we go. Auto set. Okay. Let's just live with that and see what happens. Oh my god. Look at the shadow. Look at the shadow. Oh my god. Okay, I can't tell what I like better. The jitteriness of the shadow, the light coming in, or the fact that you can actually see the anti-aliased pixels on the beam. So you wanted non-sharp edges on your shadows, Evo. Here you go. I have given you non-sharp edges. I have a 4090 GPU. I am not that out of date on my GPU. Okay. Let's do some I&I editing, shall we? About a month ago, Loner. When did this come out? Last week! Okay, hang on. Where's our ionize? What am I looking for? Engine, right? I want engine. Is it in binaries? Help me out here, Subject. I mean, you don't have to. Stumble my way through this. Where did they dump it? I mean, again, by most accounts, and I agree with what von Falkenstein, I agree with the report von Falkenstein is referencing. This game, by all accounts, is actually only in real development for a little over a year. Announced somewhere around 2016. Just came out last week. In development for about a year. Let's see here. Yeah, exactly, Uthor. And again, this is functionally the second game. So this game has only actually been in development for 4 years. This exact game. Agreed, Talia said. I really dislike the new Unreal folder structure. I don't even know why they changed it. I used to be able to just pop in. Oh, it's an Unreal game. Boop. And there's what I need. Here we go. Okay, so we want... It's in... Oh, that's in a weird place. Hang on. I really dislike this new folder structure. I'm just going to have to find this manually, aren't I? Because, yeah, for what I'm looking for is engine.ini. And I'm not finding it. Like, you think it'd be, like, right here. And you would be wrong. How about here, maybe? Nope. Yeah, it's not there, J. Palmer. I actually already have that exact page up. That I'm guessing that only applies for the Steam version, which I do not have, it's worth noting. I have the GOG version. Yeah, it's got to be in the documents folder because it's not in the game folder at all. What's this? Big graphics. Oh, wow. Interesting. Wow, that is a difference. Okay, so hang on. So, oh, it's an app data. That's why. Ugh. Yeah, last week, Croatia. Can you believe it? So this is in local. There it is. Jeez Louise, that's buried. All right. So let's add some I edits here. Yeah, what do you mean, J. Palmer? I don't know. Oh, it's nothing. Okay, so sure. Hang on. I actually understand what you mean. Give me a second. Give me a second. Listen, Jalix, we haven't even got past the first room yet. And we've already had crashes. No, that's not a joke. So it's not the worst I thing I've ever found, but like this is the default I. It's just this. Core systems, paths, and that system settings down there. This I just added this. So this was it. This was the engine.ini. Nothing else. Yeah, it's straight default. Exactly. You understand. It is just the default. I added all the stuff here. So we got rid of motion blur, we got rid of depth of field, and we got rid of the scene color fringe quality adjustment. Thank you for the sub, Croatia. As always. No, I'm telling you, this game was crammed out the door. I mentioned this briefly. I was actually having a little bit of a difficulty finding the specifics about that, but I know there was a legal issue here because there was a legal mandate to put the game out. And that's one of the reasons it was being workshopped so hard and so long, is because they were going to be on the hook if they didn't produce the game at all. I have a feeling that's why they were just like, okay, fine, just go make the game. Just go make the game. Just go make the game. Because this looks very default. This looks like someone shoved some assets into Unreal without doing anything with them. And didn't know how to work with Unreal. And then just said, okay, let's go. We haven't even gotten to gameplay yet. Listen, D20 Archon, it is not my fault that the first room has already caused us issues. I didn't do this, okay? I was ready to go, and then all of a sudden, blip, 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 blip. Is this the worst game of 2025? You probably mean the worst game that came out in 2025. I'm pretty sure that's still not as bad as it gets. As far as our worst game of the year, no way in hell, right? Like, surely this won't be third birthday, right? Right? I'm gonna laugh if this is actually a good game and it's just, like, crapped out the door. No, I did actually see that comment, Jay Palmer.
Hey, hello, Richie. What the hell happened? You okay?
Oh no, it didn't get rid of it. Damn it! Got rid of the motion blur though. I'll take that.
What? Where?
Wonderful brickwork.
I cannot be found like this. I am.
Who the fuck? You're going down, asshole!
Do not. evidence. I must be careful.
Yep, we're playing an elder. We have a double jump. We start with a double jump. Yeah, why did he attack us again? Oh, we just unlocked the jump feature. Well, I mean, this is what we look like. I'd be pretty freaked out about this, too. There was no character creator. It was male or female, and I flipped a coin. So I'm going to go ahead and say something here that's going to probably get me some hackles, and I kind of don't care. I'm not impressed with the visuals. This is actually a problem I've noticed recently. And it's something that I've been seeing in more and more games in recent eras. There's this sort of generically realistic graphics. You know the type. I mean, you're staring at it on the screen. But you know the type, right? And there's no real design to them. Like, you can have pretty realistic-looking graphics and still have them designed, right? Have concepts and styles and color choice and all that stuff to make them look good. I actually have an example of that. Red Dead Redemption 2. Red Dead Redemption 2 looks really freaking good. But it doesn't look good just because it has high fidelity. It looks good because someone sat down and spent years of their lives making it look good, right? There is artistry to the visuals of that game. This, yeah, it looks... I appreciate good doodad design, and I was thinking this in my head as I was going through the previous room. I was impressed by how many doodads there were, but at the same time, there kind of aren't, you know? This is generic rundown building number 557. There's nothing here. The only thing being conveyed here is the fact that it's nighttime and we're in a building that's either under construction or is burned down, and that's it. That's the extent of it. I think we were Gen 8 in VTMB1. Yeah, don't quote me on that though. Elders are what? Gen 7 and under? Pretty sure. Help me out here, guys. It's been a minute. Yeah, Deathloop had the doodad vomit. I was pushing for that negative, but I was like, no, we can't possibly have... Oh, God. Right, that's fair. That's valid. So, yeah, sorry, that's actually a good point. Elder just means old. Generation means how far down the chain you are from Cain. Apparently, they've changed some things about it, which I don't actually know anything about. Like, we could hypothetically be a Gen 8 Elder, if I'm not mistaken, because, you know, we've been around for a while. Sorry, excuse me, you're right, Loner. We were actually Gen 13 in VNT1, but we were acting as an 8, right? Like, we even talked about this, because people had sat down and figured out, like, the stuff we could accomplish in 1 was way above, I should say way below 13.
That's not my voice. Not my mouth it's coming out of either. Well, I know the back of my hand like the back of my hand, and... Well, that is not my hand.
Who speaks?
So you can hear me. Huh. Well, good evening.
What are you?
You mean practically or philosophically? Answer's the same either way. Right now, I don't really know.
Very well. Gather yourself. Then speak.
That's generous of you. I know if I woke up with a voice in my head, well, I would probably take it better than most. But I appreciate I'm unusual in a few respects, and I thank you for your patience. My name's Fabian. I
was a vampire, like yourself. A kindred. No, Cavian by blood. And I was, and still am, a detective. Matter of fact, I just started a new case. Finding my missing body. Tell me, what's the last thing you remember?
Torpor. I slept, insensible for years. I know not how many. Enough that I have no recent memories.
Torpor, huh? The sleep of the dead asleep. Interesting. I guess we don't have much to go off of. Except you've got a Malkavian and a mark. It's something. Let's try this. You hit me with some questions. Maybe it'll spark an idea.
Do you recognize this mark, child of Malkav?
I don't think I do. But if poets and philosophers are to be believed, there's one thing I can tell you. When we want something to belong to us, we mark it. I'd say someone has claimed you. From where I sit, I can understand why. There's power in these old bones. Centuries of strength in these veins. Someone covets you. Question is, who?
How did you get inside my head? Do you truly remember nothing?
My memory's a jigsaw right now, and I'm still working on the edges. I know I was on some sort of investigation, but how it got me here, I don't know. Breaking and entering skulls was never my forte.
As for our situation, how do we get you out of me?
If I were a betting man, which it happens I am, I'd wager this. Finding answers to one of our questions will find us the answers for the others.
You say someone covets me. Who dared give me this mark?
Seems to me that only someone deeply wounded could mark you like that. But as for who that is, no idea. I know they're careless to let you out without a leash.
All questions, no answers. Very well. The hunt begins. Let us to it.
If I may, I'd recommend we get somewhere safe. I know a place. If you can get us out to the night air, I'll direct you. Supposing we're still in Seattle.
Seattle? This is America. Very well. I will find the way outside. Then you may guide me.
Sounds good. You got a name, by the way?
Many. But for now, you can call me Fire.
All right. Pleased to meet you, Fire. Let's find our way out, shall we? Save the worry about marks and other mischief.
Uh-huh.
Hey, Jamie, you got the key?
Nah, should be a security guy to meet us.
Well, where is he then?
Hey, hang on, I got his number.
Rises.
Frank, Lockstock Security.
This is quite something.
Hurry it up. It's cold as balls out here.
I got it.
What's your name? Shadow Killer Night Hunter.
Is this place used for anything now?
Not that I know. Oh, come on, asshole.
You know the first game I really noticed the kind of generic ruins-y thing in? It just occurred to me. So this has nothing to do with the game. I just want to share this. Fallout 3. Don't mistake me, I like Fallout 3, and I think there are certain specific areas there that visually look good, since visuals is one of the few things Bethesda usually does well. But there's a whole lot of just kind of generic-y ruins in Fallout 3, right? And it's just like, yep, there's a ruined building, there's a ruined building. There's a ruined subway, ruined building, ruined subway. Also very green, yeah.
Guess we'll have to go in. How's the shoulder?
Yeah, not good, man, not good.
Hey, anyone in there? Hey, fella, you there? What was the call about?
Look here, a meth head attacking his buddy, it said.
Shit, we need to get this open then.
Am I just supposed to wait on these guys? Oh, here we go.
Call the cops. No way out there.
I can handle these mortals.
They'd be missed, and that'd mean a full-scale hunt. We must not break the masquerade.
Wow, I'm sure glad that the voice in my head was there to inform me of what the masquerade is. Do we predate the masquerade?
I'll call Mike. He's got the ram. Yeah.
Elevator's as broke as a Monday night streetwalker.
Get that door open now.
What's the vampire? What's the masquerade? The IP is referred to as Vampire the Masquerade, if that gives you any idea.
That was what they called telekinesis, right?
Oh, hey, I actually tried to crouch earlier and nothing happened.
Hello? Who's in here?
There you go. The Masquerade was established in 1493. Flirtatious donor. This tarp was hard to come by. Okay. So, someone actually mentioned earlier, yeah, vampires, at least more modern vampires, aren't super duper strong, especially compared to some of the other stuff roaming around this setting. World of Darkness has several things in it. It has the, oh, what are they called? The shapeshifters. I can't think of what they're called. It's got the mages, it's got the werewolves, which are actually really strong in this setting. Changelings, thank you. And obviously it has the vampires. Now, certain elder, excuse me, I shouldn't use that word. Certain very old, very low generation vampires are ridiculous. But you have to usually reach the point of, say, the antediluvians. Oh yeah, mummies. Mummies are stupid in World of Darkness. You have to reach like the antediluvian level to have vampires that are actually an issue. So most vampires maintain the masquerade, which is exactly what it sounds like. It is the vampires don't exist thing, right? There's no vampires. There's no no, don't look here. That's what the masquerade is, put very, very simply. Yeah, mummies are kind of like the D&D, I guess the World of Darkness equivalent of the Lich. They're mean. I've actually said before I would love a game where we actually play as a mummy. Kind of a God of War style power fantasy thing, because I think there's some potential there.
One 128 to dispatch.
Go ahead,
No getting
128.
past. Think you can
Got a
distract him
noise
somehow?
disturbance in a
You're
suspected
mighty
603
conspicuous.
inside the abandoned
We
apartment
don't want
block.
to fight here.
Copy that. Do you require backup?
No, I think we're good.
Copy that, 128. All quiet?
Yeah, all quiet, but damn, Carl. Why do I always get the spooky ones?
Hello? Someone there?
Jesus Christ, what to fall? That sounds like ridiculousness. I was once running, I think I've told this story before. I was once running a game where someone wanted to have, what are they called? 2 paradox inhibitors as a mage. And I actually distinctly remember my reaction to that, because it was basically just... So... who needs physics? Come on! You can become an older generation. It's a thing that's... so it's risky, it's dangerous, and it's one of the biggest taboos in vampire society. So if you're... everyone wants to do it, but if you're caught, you're probably dead. Like, actually dead. So... There's a whole thing. There's a whole, like, sub-genre, category, culture, whatever you want to call, of dabblering, and why you should think very carefully about doing that. Now, if you can get away with it, go for it. But Yeah. Hi, Morganite. So I've been trying to decide what I think of this. This is a weird feature. You see that circle at the center of my screen? Actually, maybe you can't see that, but it's there. So it gets bigger when there's something to look at, when there's something in this direction, right? In other words, it's the same thing as the arrow usually is in games like these, but a little bit less intrusive. And I haven't decided what I think of that yet. It's a way to highlight stuff without stuff having like a literal highlight around it, right? And like I said, I'm still debating what I think of it. So, could someone link Morganite? I don't remember Sub-Zero. It's been a minute. It's been a hot minute. I've never truly dug into the lore of World of Darkness because I've never been super into it. I played it in high school, you know, in person. And then obviously I played VTMB 1 and Coteries, and I think that's kind of it. Hey, you know what? Tell you what, I'll do it. I'll do it. Hang on. Hang on. Let me go to my website, lorerunner.com. Go to my reviews page. Look up Vampire. There it is. And I'll just click this. There you go.
Hello, Seattle. This is your 2 a.m. weather and traffic update. We're still under a severe storm.
I don't think I can drop kick.
Something strange going on.
Clyde. I'm a demon hunter.
Jehoshaphat H. Christ, you are something else.
Got a badge.
This is actually really funny. So, remember how I mentioned the whole original plotline was like you were playing a nobody who would be like generation 14 or whatever? There's actually a term for them. I, of course, can't remember right now. It's like a weak blood or whatever. So you were playing a nobody with no powers and no nothing. And the whole point was that you were trying to figure out your identity, yourself. You know, trying to have a big personal character story. And instead, we're playing this.
You get the report?
Yeah.
Oh! Oh, it's one of those.
You get the report?
Yeah.
Looking for a security guy.
Watch your step. This floor's no good.
You think the snow would stop the crazies coming out?
No, so, what's her name? What's the author who wrote Interview with the Vampire? Because her stuff is disconnected from World of Darkness. Different setting. Anne Rice, thank you.
The place is creeping me the hell out. Creaking, settling.
There's someone in here, man. Jamie said they heard a bang, like something collapsing.
Could be snow, but the roof's rotted out. Weight of the snow brings the ceiling down.
Shh. Okay, that time
If you don't mind me asking, how old are you?
Older than your country by 150 years.
Oh. Huh. Right.
Now be quiet.
An opened package, dusty with small coffee stain in the corner. The box looks like it once held a cylindrical object. It is now empty save for a small trace of thick red liquid. It smells of mortal blood mixed with something else the Nomad cannot quite identify. From an angry, unwilling donor. Keep low. Asshole sheriff's been sniffing around. Yeah, we're like 450 or something. We're moderately old.
Smile for the camera, sweetheart. This one goes out to all the fans of slaughtered pigs.
It's a ghoul, in case you didn't notice. Gonna bring the PD down on our necks.
Did we have to?
Busy night. Cops, ghouls, detectives, mysterious flying strangers. All we need now is a full-on musical number.
I'm slowly starting to dislike him. Like, it's a decent actor and he's doing the best he can with the role, but you know what his writing already reminds me of? Well, that just happened. Look, guys, I get quipping. There's a value and point in good quipping. We don't have to shove it into literally everything.
Fucking capes. Who do they think they are?
More ghouls. This could set off a full Masquerade breach.
The hell?
Oh, that is awful. I know that's our first real combat, but that was not good. Oh my god. We'll see how that gets in the future. That's too loose, too weird to control. Just that felt awful. Yeah, very floaty. That's a good word. I'll have to try out more. I'm not going to judge that too early, but I'll have to try out more as we go and see. Because, yeah. I doubt they even did that on purpose, Sub-Zero. I would love to know someday the exact amount of time they spent working on this game, because it literally has to be under 2 years, based on our own current understanding of the timeline. So it will. Okay, I wasn't actually ready for that. It's over-tutorializing everything, but it didn't tell me that I could just hold down jump.
Let's do that.
I mean, this might be the first combat T-Series ever made, isn't it?
I think someone else is in here.
I don't know what to tell you, D20. I'm sorry. I'll see you around. Did Machine for Pigs have combat? Oh my gosh. That's actually an interesting question. I will admit that over-tutorialization irritates me. But like neutrally, from a fair perspective, under-tutorialization is worse. This has actually come up many times because we've been playing a lot of bad games in the awful block. If I don't know a puzzle exists at all, I cannot solve it. That's true when it comes to mechanics. That's true when it comes to combat, or like having a move that I don't even know exists, or whatever, right? Like if there's some aspect of the game I don't know is there, I am playing without a full deck. I would rather the game be over tutorialized, grab me by the hand, and force me to do something than not even know that that option even exists. It's still bad, to be clear. I'm still going to ding it if it over tutorializes, but under tutorialization is worse. Um, Neck.
I can smell it. Then we kill them too. Chill the fuck out. No one else is here. Oh, shit.
God. So, okay. You see how awkwardly this controls? You may not also be aware of the fact that it is also dragging the camera forward every attack.
The cops will be through here, starting to fill out paperwork. Let's make ourselves scarce. I'll just put it down to Seattle being Seattle.
Like, watch this. Watch this. I'm going to not move at all. Left hand is off the camera. Or off the controls. Do you see what's happening? And I've crossed the room. And yeah, and then when you do like a side attack, or you're trying to maneuver while doing that, it's probably not as obvious, but like when I'm doing diagonal movement, it's actually yanking me even further. Very janky, very abrupt, very jerky, and it's disorienting too. I understand that we're super strong, I get it, but like, yeah, I was about to say, the way that the Arkham games got away with this kind of thing was the camera was over there, like 20 feet away. What the hell is this? Oh, it's Soten! It's the backdash! Sorry, dumb joke. Right, I'm just supposed to do this or whatever. Oh, God, that's disorienting. Yeah, whenever Mike Tyson got in the ring, one of the hardest hitting boxers in boxing history, we all know that the first time he punched someone, he would go flying like several feet in front of him. Honestly, playing a vampire in like Arkham-style combat would have probably worked.
Welcome to Seattle. Come on, the Haven's not far.
What year is this?
The year 2024. When did you...
I have been asleep for 100 years.
Huh? Now there's a thing. Well then, welcome to the 21st century.
Roll credits. Vampire did have combat that I actually hated. What's the point of the Masquerade? So, you know how every setting, well, most settings have like a hook or a thing that like that's like distinct for the setting in question? Well, Vampire the Masquerade's thing... Oh, hey, we have a map. Is the Masquerade itself. Because, yeah, the general idea is that if humans knew and coordinated, they would turbo crush the vampires. Yeah, vampires have all kinds of weaknesses and all kinds of problems. Which actually makes sense. I actually applaud the setting for that making sense. The problem is, as several people have pointed out, there probably should have been several breaches in the Masquerade by now. But yeah, it's the BattleTech thing again, right? That's the conceit of the system, is the Masquerade. Like, regardless of whatever in-universe explanation, it is the whole point, is that you're not supposed to play, like when you're playing the actual tabletop, or when you're playing the LARPing, the point is you're supposed to not get caught. That's your limiter. That's the rule, right? You're not supposed to, when you're playing Monopoly, I know this is a strange comparison, but just bear with me. When you're playing Monopoly, you're not just supposed to put your unit wherever you want to on the board and say, I claim that thing. You got to roll the dice, right? That's a rule. That's the nature of what the game is. That's the Masquerade. You're not supposed to just go all willy-nilly. You have to always keep in mind that, because if you actually end up breaking the Masquerade, your own kind will join the humans in hunting you down, because you broke the rules. You took the unit and put yourself over onto, Park Square or whatever, or put on the railroad. You get the idea. So that's what the Masquerade is from a real life perspective. I actually have no idea, Venters, so the mages break physics. Literally, I mentioned earlier a paradox inhibitor. That's a real thing. They kind of have to, because they break physics. I don't know what werewolves do. I don't know how they deal with it. Ugh. Yeah, the White Wolf thing, it all occurs in the same setting, World of Darkness. But there's very little crossover. I have no idea how changelings do anything, for example. I've almost no experience with the changeling setting.
Are still here.
Till we've worked our caseload, seems we're stuck together. Welcome back from the land of Nod. You and I can't ever really leave it, can we?
No. No, I suppose not. Now and forever, we live in darkness.
We do. But hey, everyone spends time in the dark. You and I just know it better than most. Let's take a minute while you're still gathering strength. Get to know each other. Maybe check our compass before we set sail. While we slumbered, I puzzled. And I realized I know you. Or I know who you are. You're the one they call the Nomad.
I have no idea, first one. And yeah, from my understanding, a werewolf, like pound for pound, will absolutely shred a vampire. And most things that aren't mummies.
I am surprised anyone remembers.
That name's been buzzing around my brain, and I only just trapped it. Another mystery. Where I got the idea. I didn't expect you in Seattle, not at all. And don't rightly know how I made the leap. Once folks hear the Nomad's in town, and they will, they're going to assume a lot. There are stories. Some have you as a destroyer, others an omen of doom. But, what would you say?
I have journeyed across centuries and continents. I am a traveler.
The stories sure do have you on the move.
Stagnation is corruption.
Amen. And if you don't mind me asking, was there anywhere, any when, that just clicked with you?
I think this is our character creator.
I remember Prague, with its 100 spires and its libraries, places of terror and delight. I read ancient books that were printed when I was young, and I read many secrets, invaluable and unutterable.
A reader, huh? I like a good mystery myself. Tangled webs that work to a simple solution. What real life should be like, but so rarely is.
Ah, fiction. Most of the 2,000 books I read claim to be fact. Very few told the truth.
You'll forgive me for asking, but there's more to the story. Something else, someone else happened, right?
I have said all I desire to say about myself. Tell me of you now.
All right, ask away. I warn you, I've had 100 years in this city, but my memories are Swiss cheese.
Okay. I'm not the only one bothered by how completely casual we are about a voice in our head, right? Like, that's not just me. Like, we are super chill about all this. Cyberpunk, Mafia, DE, and Dispatch. Is that out? Or is it like the first few chapters out? Right, it's a few. You already answered that. You already answered that. Thank you for the sub, Race Cat. Agreed, Huthor. I actually even mentioned one of the only positive I've given a story so far is I like the style of the split faces here. Bouncing out and then in and out just doesn't work for me.
Who was your sire?
The one who chowed down on me 100 years back? Gideon, his name was. He was a peach. I liked him. Where is he now? I don't know. My best guess is he's gone to ground or dust.
Did I? Sub-Zero? I honestly don't know. And now you're making me question. Oh, God. Wait a minute. Are you gaslighting me, Sub-Zero? I knew it. For real, I don't remember anything like that. There was the option to be like, screw you, but I didn't see anything else. And even that was only the one time. It was literally the first combo. I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy! I just have to get the person who told me to murder people back in my belly. What?
Tell me about your haven.
Oh, this place is not mine. Owned by a fella by the name of Dale. But it's empty now, I know. Oh, I don't know how I know it. I can't say he was a friend, but I've always found charm in clutter. Provokes a soul to build castles out of thoughts. And a castle is a solid place to stand.
When we first spoke, you had little recent memory. Do you remember anything more?
One thing. Alcohol. On the air, on the floor, in glasses and bottles. After that, I'll walk in the dark.
I have been in torpor for decades. What can you tell me about kindred in modern times?
I can only speak to what I know, and I only know Seattle.
Tell me about the Masquerade. How does it work in this time?
Same as it was 100 years ago, and 100 years before that. We gotta blend in with John Q. Public, and John Q. isn't meant to know that vampires are real. Let me be clear, Seattle's court is serious about the Masquerade. You attract mortal attention, they'll put you down like a horse with a broken leg.
As it should be. How may our kind be slain? Are there new threats?
That you've got to worry about? Well, don't book any sunshine getaways. Don't light up a cigarette wearing a gasoline overcoat. Don't lose your head. Figuratively is bad, literally is the end times. But I'm sure you know all this. Stake through the heart is still a ticket to being paralyzed. No fun at all, but at least you get to watch what happens next. Oh, guns. Guns are now a sight worse than you ever knew. Bigger, louder, smarter, but also, in a way, much stupider.
I see. Will guns be a common threat?
In America? Yeah.
I mean...
Is there anything else I should know? Any other new dangers in the current time?
Ooh, yes. Mortals all have cameras now. In the telephones they carry, and they're always filming everything around them. Streaming, they call it. Sending it to the cloud. Online. For everyone to see forever.
Lines? A camera inside a what? The cloud? Is any of this important?
I've got theories about these clouds, but just know, if mortals are around, blend in or we all die.
Tell me of the kindred society here. How have we organized in Seattle?
Oh, same as you'd have known anywhere else way back when. The Camarilla are the hotshots. Seattle's still got a court, and it's still led by a prince. They make sure we maintain the Masquerade.
Same as it was then.
Yeah, but everything changes the more it stays the same.
What do mortals know of us? Have they learned anything over the last 100 years?
No, the babes are still asleep for the most part.
Good. Do they still think we cower before garlic, crucifixes, and holy water?
Oh, they think a lot more than that now. Young adult literature has revolutionized our image.
It can be no worse than Stoker.
That depends on your perspective. Some of the old guard really don't like the idea of the glitterati, but times change.
I gotta be real. I think we've gone below Stoker at this point. Don't worry, if I was a vampire, I would say it very openly and honestly because you'd never be able to prove it. Also, I like the line glitterati.
The world outside is intriguing. It will be fascinating to learn its workings.
It's not too bad, all told.
What is this about alcohol? Your memory seems drenched in it.
Well, I'd say I was in a bar. If you feel properly woken, maybe we could try to find it.
I am awake. But there is something wrong. My blood is sluggish. I should be strong by now, even after torpor and
should have leveled already.
Reckon that mark has brought you down a peg?
Speculation accomplishes nothing.
True, but let's just take another second. You know my blood is Malkavian. You know they call us lunatics, madmen, or prophets. But where do you draw a bloodline?
Oh, hey. That was abrupt. So, our options are... Oh, that's interesting. What do I got? Bruja, Tremere, Banu Hakim, Ventru, La Sombra, and Toreador. That's an interesting spread. I also think this is interesting, so that it actually lists the relative difficulty here. Normal, normal, hard, easy, hard, normal. The one that lists as easy is Ventru. Reduce ability cost for Dominate and Presence. The ones that list as hard give you Celerity, Blood Sorcery, and Obfuscate. And Dominate, Potence, and Oblivion. What do y'all think? I'm ambivalent. I mean, yeah, everyone says I'd be either Toreador or Ventru. Or Tremere. What's Tremere get? Dominate and Blood Sorcery. I mean, Ventru is the one that's listed as easy. Yeah, this is a weird spread. Of course, it makes sense that there's no Nosferatu. Because, let's be honest, both Nosferatu and Malkavian really should involve separate playthroughs, just like it did in VTMB1, actually. And this was a game made in less than 2 years. So they probably didn't have time to vary it that much. You notice this doesn't even change. You caught this, right? It doesn't even change our actual abilities. Just reduce the cost of certain abilities. Bruja does have Potence. Well, reduced ability cost for Potence, excuse me. Yeah, somewhere around 2016, Venters. Let's go with Ventru.
Ventru. I should have known it. Folks of your blood have held this city for 100 years or more. I do hope you get on with the prince.
This... Oh my god. This place makes me feel unpleasant just being here. Okay, so we've already seen the map. This is our haven, obviously. I like how the police station is a location I could go to. Okay. Feeding hardens your skin, making you highly resistant to damage. Well, it's the only talent we can unlock right now, so sure. Okay. Huh. That would be funny, Blade Jafal. I mean, some of the princes aren't exactly particularly personally powerful. They just happen to be people who know what the hell they're doing. You know, they've got the mentality for it, or the charisma for it, or they're just smarter than people around them. Yeah. Okay, so... Use your strength of will to command a mortal to kill themselves. Vampires will be staggered and disarmed. Yeah, exactly, Czar. Like, that's. I have a feeling that's going to be our "the office is on fire" answer to a lot of things in this game. Yeah, in VTMB1, the prince was weak and a moron. Interesting. Well, literally the only thing we can do right now is force someone to kill themselves. So, new outfit acquired. Okay, lightning strike. We hora our way through that. I mean, we are playing a vampire, Savika. Oh, you missed it, Savika. So at the end of the Warcraft 1 Orc campaign, the solution to the last couple of levels was to summon demons. Like over and over and over. I just thought you'd find that funny. These are expensive as hell. Look at that. These each cost 10. They actually, you learn those abilities from a specific place. I don't understand that. It's 100 that mark, 50 that mark, 0 that mark. I don't know what that means. Yeah, the solution for the human campaign was summon elementals. The solution for the orc campaign was summon demons. Demons are expensive as hell. Just being able to summon demons cost 3,000 gold, and each summoner cost 900. One of the most expensive units of the game. But they are super units. Oh, so yeah, this is our venture ability then, if I'm reading this correctly. Kiss an individual to entrance them for a period, making them an ally that will defend you from others. The weaker the will of the target, the longer they're entranced. I hate to point this out, but you'll notice that in the actual video they show, which I do like and is getting a positive, the person we kiss has a mask on, so our lips do not actually touch their lips. Oh, we have to take it, Lord Hermon, to test the AI. Like, we have to. Listen, we just really need to smooch people. We are terminally horny, which is funny if you think about it. What's funny is when I was playing Vampire the Masquerade, the LARPing, nobody was hooking up until later. So obviously I left that group because the dude playing a werewolf who actually bit someone, I've told that story before. But like fast forward a few years, and I was with a D&D group who I played D&D with regularly, and they played Vampire the Masquerade. And that group hooked up with each other constantly. I'm pretty sure it was just a dating service disguising itself as a vampire game. No judgment. I just thought it was funny. Oh, yeah, we can just now we can change our appearance. Okay, hang on. I do like the multicolor. I do like the multicolor. Yeah, it was actually I'm kind of underselling it. It was a bad thing. It led to a lot of drama, and a lot of people were not super happy about it. And yeah, that entire group completely self-destructed. Oh, I noticed. There's a lot of hair colors, but there's only 4 hairstyles. There's the cut. There's whatever that is. There's the like the I don't know what to call that. The bob. There's the big one, and then there's the short, and that's it. Oh, and yeah, bald and horns right at the end there. Any Cool eyes. Nothing really impressive. So, yeah. We only have the one outfit, so we'll stick with there for now. The Seneschal. Eh.
Natty. And no one in this city will blink twice at you.
Yeah, I'm in Seattle.
I rooted out a memory. Realized why I brought us to Dale's place. I was here, I think. Not long before whatever happened. If we're gonna solve our cases, we could track back my footsteps. See if we can find that bar.
Why? Hang on. It really does, Uthor.
A gramophone, sort of, but much more acceptable sound quality up until the early 90s. Computers. Mostly, they're like a very fast telegraph system staffed by idiots. My advice is to leave well alone.
Hey! You can do some cool stuff on computers. You know, like play video games. Make video games.
My buddy Dale had body image problems. That's how he put it. I have no idea what Dale was studying, if that's what he was doing.
There is a body of a dead cat. Oh my god. Oh my god, look at the floor. Look at the floor. We're gonna not go in there.
Like a fairground Nickelodeon, although it does cost more than a nickel and it doesn't make you smile.
That's an interesting description of television.
Dale was into mixing up thin blood alchemicals. Dangerous trade.
Yeah, this is really, really, really gross. Really gross. But I do agree, unlike the previous level, which I just was thoroughly unimpressed with, this is not bad. Yeah, there's some flavor here. And you can taste it on the air. I'm just going to trust you on that, Loke, because the answer to your question is no. That there's a reason why I insist you guys post those things. Is so because I have no notification, and finding it is not really feasible. But I will believe you that you're not lying to me horribly. Turret's Company of Heroes. Jack block and Homeworld block. I don't see anything. see our lighting issue is still there.
I won't say my body's fragrant, but I reckon your keen senses could get a sniff of it.
Okay.
Night is here. If you somehow stumbled in here accidentally, let me fill you in. You're listening to The Bed of Night, the only late-night call-in show that gives you the chance to bare your soul in the long, dark hours. I'll stay with you all night and be long gone before anyone wakes up. Promise. There's a deathly chill in the air tonight, Seattle, and I hear this snowstorm shows no signs of slowing down. Caller 1, is that what's keeping you awake tonight?
Oh, Beth, I am so excited. What a pleasure it is to speak with you.
Well, you have my full attention, caller. I'm all yours.
Well, Beth, we all have a dream, don't we? A dream we love to share with the world, but have no idea on how to do so, right?
Most of my dreams would require a subscription to view.
You're so funny, Beth. Such a boss babe. That's why I think you'd be perfect to join my team. See, my dream, and I know this is a bit crazy, is to promote confidence and self-love to all my fellow ladies through my company, Bright Bold Beeswax, or 3B.
You want me to sell beeswax?
If you don't want to start selling right away, you can just find me some other boss babes. Each one you send my way gives you a little bit something extra in your wallet.
Sure. Sign me up, hun.
Really? Okay, let me just get some information.
Oops. Looks like we have a bad connection. Sorry, caller, but good luck out there. Next caller, tell me your tale.
It's alive!
Who's alive, caller?
Well, she's alive. But it's not she, not her.
I'm afraid you're losing me, caller.
No, I already lost it. I already lost her. I went to her funeral. We buried her.
But you're saying that she's alive.
That's exactly what I'm saying. I came home late from work. All the lights were off. But before I could open the door, I heard some noises from inside.
And? Did you see her in your house?
I don't know. It was dark. But I knew she was in there.
How do you know?
She took things. Personal things I kept of hers. They don't have any meaning to anyone else.
Are you sure about that?
I'm sure.
Well, they say marriage is a fine institution, but some of us aren't ready for that kind of commitment. Are you sure your wife didn't fake this tragedy?
What are you saying?
Did your wife keep secrets, caller? Was there someone in her life that looked at her a little too long? Or someone she spent a little too much time with?
No. No, she wouldn't. Well, there was Cameron.
Something about Cameron, huh?
One time, my wife came home at 2 a.m. and she said she was out with her friends. But I never heard a car drop her off. And Cameron came by the next day to check on her.
They say that we should love thy neighbor. Maybe your wife took it too literally, caller.
I gotta go, Bet. Me and Cameron have to talk.
Well, thanks for the scary story, caller. Let us know how it turns out. Okay, my darlings. It's time for this gal to get paid. But don't go leaving me high and dry, okay?
Has this ever happened to you?
Who spilled red wine all over my couch? The guests are coming in a minute.
Clean all your accidental messes with Stain Eliminator, made from ingredients that work like magic, but our lawyers said we can't say that, so it's made with science, which is almost as good.
This will free up so much time. Thanks, Stain Eliminator.
Stain Eliminator, for when life gives you messes.
Well, hey there, Seattle. Did you miss me? Next caller. You're on with Bed of Night. Did you ache for my voice as much as I'm aching for yours?
More, actually.
It's good to know that I have that effect on you. What's on your mind tonight?
A woman.
Fascinating. Is she an enemy or a lover?
To be determined.
Interesting choices.
About this mystery woman.
Well, she's got your name.
Well, a friend of mine always told me the men she meets talk too much. I should give you her number. Call me again if that cat lets go of your tongue, okay? It looks like someone has been trying to get through for a while. Hey there, caller. I didn't mean to keep you waiting, unless you enjoyed the anticipation.
I'm gonna be honest, Bet. I haven't enjoyed much of anything these days.
Well, that's just unacceptable, caller. Life is meant to be enjoyed. Why don't you unburden yourself and see if we can get some pleasure out of it?
I think those good times are long gone. I don't know how I can go back to just living after all of this, now that I know what's really out there.
And what is out there, caller?
Evil. I'm sorry, that sounds both reductive and dramatic, but it's the loudest word that keeps bouncing around in my brain, you know? Have you ever looked at a stranger on the bus, in a coffee shop, sitting on a park bench, and you just knew there was something wrong about them? You feel it deep in the bone, and some vestigial, primal part of your brain screams, danger.
My dating history will tell you I have no such instincts, caller.
There's a part of me that envies you, Bet, and another part that pities you. And that's the rub of the whole thing. I saw something last night, and it was like this urge was lit up inside me. And no matter how hard I try, or what I do, I cannot go back to the life I had. I have to do something, anything, to figure out what that thing was, and how I can stop it. I know how I sound, Bet, but I just needed someone to listen.
Well, caller, I'm a firm believer in getting things off your chest. Stay safe out there and let us know if you spot any other bad guys. Well, my lovely listeners, it's that time of the night where we must part ways. But don't worry, I'll be right back in your ears before you know it. This has been Bed of Night, reminding you that secrets have a way of getting out. So why not give me a call? Good night, Seattle. Don't let the snow get in your coffee.
Yeah, I noticed Dream Whisperer. So, that wasn't really good. Like, I get the idea, and I'm kind of into what they were going for. But that was like, I think Plutonium mentioned, yeah, we have GTA radio ads at home. It was just kind of bland. Yeah, the acting was wooden, and the actual writing didn't have any of the writing that it needed to actually pop. Like, I'm not sure that's really worthy of a negative, but unfortunately, that's the kind of thing that should have been a positive and isn't going to be. The MLM was admittedly amusing.
Even in Seattle, people will notice if you do something, you know, weird. Like leaping a building in a single bound. Keep it on the down low. We have a Masquerade to protect.
So we actually have a Masquerade meter. That's not it. Oh, whatever. I don't know how to do it. It's just a weirdo playing in the snow. Don't worry about it. Oh, this is a Christmas game. So I did that on purpose right in front of, because I'm curious if the meter goes down over time. It looks like it does.
There's a rich aroma. Blood. Kindred blood.
I haven't decided yet, Sub-Zero. It's an interesting idea. But I'm going to have to have more experience with it to really give a proper opinion, I think.
Look what took the bait.
If it ain't Benny Muldoon.
Better start wriggling, little fish. It's about to get real dry.
Sheriff, Bruja, my boss. Careful.
I like one of the options is just fight him.
Can a law-abiding kindred not walk where they will in this city? Tell me, what is my crime?
Motherfucker. You really ain't no thin blood, are you?
Thin blood. Of weak heritage. A latter generation. They are common here?
The hell kind of rock you been hiding under? Yeah, they're common. Like fleas on a street cat.
Benny, Benny, Benny. Such a way with words.
You are out hunting for sport? Or is this your duty as sheriff?
My duty. My fucking duty. Yeah, maybe it is my duty. Maybe it's a duty we should all be fucking paying more attention to. I thought you had a stick up your ass. Seems I was right. Lucky for you, I got places to be.
Will you tell your prince we spoke?
Fuck the Camarilla. Fuck the prince.
Did he lose his last marble?
Right now, I got thin blood spines to rip out. So I'll tell you what. You have one night, to sort your business and get the fuck out of Seattle. After that, it's open season.
Understood.
Good. For my sake, I hope you stay. I'll run out of thin blood soon enough. Don't want to be bored.
Speaking of first pass writing.
He's given us a night. Let's use it and get back on my trail.
You said he was your superior?
He's chief kicker-in of heads for the court, but he also keeps a foot in at the SPD. Between us, we keep a lid on any breaches of the Masquerade. If I can offer a bit of critique, it's always best to stand straight up to Benny. You show him your underbelly, he'll cut it out. I knew Benny hated the Thin Bloods. Don't really know why he's hunting them tonight, though. Just as a thought, I'd suggest you keep my presence on the down low. Take it from me, you lose a parcel of respect if you talk out loud with the voices in your head.
I mean, yeah, not Gavians. And yeah, no, I remember vaguely that they're one of the signs of Gehenna. I don't remember, like, specifics. That's actually a good question. Do vampire corpses still go poof in daylight? Honestly, I was hoping the game would be worse than this, Stormage Felix, and I haven't been super impressed.
Help! They're after me!
Okay, so what did that do? Okay. So did we get like a thing? Because I went after that guy because he had the mark on him. Okay, we got 40 something. I don't know what these are, and I don't think it's. Did I miss the tutorial for this? I hope so, Stormmate Felix. If the game turns out to be good, that's awesome. Legitimately. That's always the goal. Now tell me, in your heart of hearts, do you think this game is going to be good? In Reality Land, the most likely thing is that this game will be mid. Somewhere around 0. That's actually my legitimate prediction. And that's a shame. Because I would rather the game sucked. There's nothing. It doesn't tell me anything. I don't know. I've got 40 red thing. Don't know what that is. Also, we just killed a guy in broad daylight and, like... They're... Yeah, no, exactly. I would rather it be terrible than mid. That really is the thrust of it. I have nothing else to add to that. Just last week, Savicom. This came out last week. I forget the day. It's like Wednesday or something like that.
Just need a big score.
Oh, this guy. Is it just gonna... Okay, so we got sanguine points. What does that mean? Yeah, we have 100 sanguine... What are sanguine points? Okay. So hang on. I have a theory. I actually do have a theory. You'll notice that right there says 50, 0, 100. I'm guessing that's the requirement for gaining that ability. Because we need ability points, which we get from experience, and then it looks like we need these 3 types of points to actually take the abilities. I'm guessing. The story. Oh my god, Savicom. Yeah, we wake up in the middle of a rundown building and start immediately talking to a voice in our head. And that's, and we're very chill about this. But in World of Darkness, like, the kiss is supposed to be, orgasmic, I think is the best word I could possibly use for that. That's the direction. So there's another one over there. So it's... So if we could get someone by themselves, so nobody can see us, we can just drain. And the eye at the top says whether everyone's actually looking at us right now or not. Okay, I'm kind of with it. Actually, fun fact, I don't think demons actually exist in this setting. I mean, obviously there's the beast. And that's something that every vampire struggles with.
Give me my cash. You picked the wrong guy to mess with tonight.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to bother you, sir. Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa there, dude.
Target spotted.
Hell. Oh, actually, yeah, where's the cop? Is the cop shooting them or me? Wow, the cop is actually attacking the guy attacking me. I'm shocked. But also, what the god hell? Okay. Anybody who knows me knows I am pretty anti-cop. I've never been quiet about that. I understand logically that there's some cops that are decent people, blah, blah, blah. But even I wouldn't expect a cop's reaction to someone starting a fist fight on the streets being to pull out a gun and shoot them dead. Yeah, that is a GTA cop right there. That's... Wow. And then walk away without filing any paperwork, of course. paperwork. The real evil. Oh, wow. Okay, who's watching me? Someone's watching me here. I like the idea that I just sneak up behind this woman and I'm just like, hey, what's up? What are you doing? I'm just waiting for nobody to be watching me. Also, all I did was talk to the guy, by the way. Literally, all I did was talk to him, and he started swinging his fists at me. Overworld mechanics, these are not. Well, let's see what happens if we do this. More sanguine points. Same type, though. I figured, but... I mean, World of Darkness is literally a doomed setting. So, like, from a long-term perspective, World of Darkness is probably the worst setting. But on, like, a day-to-day level, I would actually give that to GTA. A world where nobody has empathy is a hell world. That is hell. Yeah, there's plenty of apocalypses, plural, in World of Darkness. So I'm just gonna sit here. The aforementioned apocalypse is Dream Whisperer. Check it out. I found my hand stretcher goop. So I was setting up this morning. Can't use it while I got my gloves on, though. I'm just gonna chill here. Don't worry, we have no violations. It's cool. Yeah, by all accounts, what I find really funny about World of Darkness is that the werewolves are probably the closest group to just straight up good guys in the setting. Like, institutionally. Something about that amuses me. No, those were melancholic points we just got from that person. So we got sanguine and melancholy. Just find a corner to hide in. I actually don't know if werewolves are immortal. I suppose that's true. Mummies, I talk up mummies because they're stupid powerful, but they also tend to be legit, which is funny. Speaking of, I saw another one there. Yeah, that. So let's see what that is. Yeah, you see how the Masquerade... This is... I'm almost tempted to give this a negative for how non-intrusive this is. I know that sounds strange. Some people who think they know me think that I prefer games that have no player friction, because I value things like quality of life, and I value my time. But, no, I actually like player friction, because player friction is where game design comes in. Having to do something about the Masquerade would be game design, instead of finding a corner and sitting there for a minute, which is what this is. Okay. Is this our first male victim? Nobody can see us. Like, the other problem is I think there's no mechanic to really do this stealthily. The reason I talked to that dude who was at the cash register, or at the ATM machine, was because I specifically wanted to like, lure him away. And so I'm like, all right, let's try talk to him. And he just started fighting me. And then the cop murdered him in broad daylight. So... I want there to be some gameplay, right? I want there to be some mechanic. Yeah, nobody's caught me yet. It's just, alright. Well, we're just training people to get the points we need to raise our abilities. Yeah, we've got 100, whatever that was. I didn't even see what it was now. So, cool. There's a bunch of these around. I'm going to stop prioritizing. I think those are, like, procedural. We'll worry about those more when we have more ability points. Let's just get on with the quests, shall we? Which is this way. I mean, it's literally the title. Vampire the Masquerade. Ow. Vampires and knives. I'd complain about the absence of music, but I cannot be the only one who doesn't like that weird violin piece that plays whenever we're talking with Fabian. I don't even have a way to explain it. I'm not a fan of it.
Looks like the mark on your head. Now that is strange. Written using your blood?
I agree with Huthor. I think Fabian is multiple characters whose scripts have been smashed into one. And considering the fact that they had a grand total of 3 separate lead writers for this whole thing, that makes sense. I actually did like the music in the first game. It was one of the, I guess I'd say few positive points about the gameplay. But I don't want to be too unkind about that. Okay.
That's a number of marks. Guess your blood wants to stay friends with you.
Total Sub-Zero. Unfortunately, this game is so recent, we probably won't know a full detailing of exactly what happened in the development of it for a few more years. Like, literally. The game came out last week. So there were 2 writers on the original, and then there's a 3rd writer on the version we're playing. I don't know how much they recycled into the modern game, in the one that we're actually playing. It's possible they just threw everything out, right? They just started with this fresh sheet of paper.
Anarch's up ahead. You're being bold tonight.
There's a bit of input buffering, too. I'm going to try to do some tests to see how much input buffering. Speaking of knives. Whoa, that was like a solid 1.5 seconds. Also, did you catch that? We don't get any iframes while we're feeding. He was still stabbing me while I was feeding on the other one. That's not great. Yeah, I think the Anarch ghouls are our zombies, our bandits, whatever you want to call the equivalent. Oh yeah, I should go grab the mark before I forget. It's over here, I want to say. Up here somewhere. Okay, I don't remember where it was. There it is.
Another mystic mark. Interesting. Fascinating.
Yeah, these are just low tier, level, nobody, nothing ghouls. And yeah, I was about to say, I don't remember the exact ruling on it, but aren't ghouls like you have to spread out your power to them, so like you can only maintain so much. It's a zero-sum game, right? Like, I'm not misremembering, right? Probably 10-headed Hydra. That actually makes a degree of sense in a horrible way. Programming an NPC to follow you that doesn't suck is a lot harder to do than it sounds. Ghouls being this strong, being lower accurate. I mean, I know. We're not full powered because they had to have a lore explanation for why we have to level up in the game. I do get that. But I mean, in the first game we were a nobody. Yeah, in the first game we were some rando who was turned. Yeah, against the law. They almost got rid of us because we were a violation, or rather, our sire was in violation. That's how that works. We were more or less literally a pawn by an idiot prince.
Come on, Jesus Christ!
That's just disorienting as hell. Also, raspberry jam. Gotta love it.
Ready for this? I live for this! Too quick for you!
I noticed there's a decent amount of combat. No, it's all good, Mister. I understand. As long as you still talk periodically, Twitch still considers you as existing. Thanks, Twitch. The Masquerade what now? Yeah, this feels... That's actually a good comparison. This feels like Dragon Age 2 in first person. And that is not a compliment. Speaking of someone who actually likes Dragon Age 2's combat. Like, doing that in first person is just... Wow. Yeah, no, that's not even that recent of a change. It was put on a few months ago, but they've been getting more stark about it.
Anarch Place. Katsumi's folk hang there. You might meet her.
That is so disorienting. right now we're a level 1 nobody, so we'll have to come back to that Morganite and see, because this combat is terrible. I actually don't remember the origins of vampires in this setting. Xenocaine is real. Yeah, like, I'm down for a good power fantasy game. I like God of War. I've played Saints Row. I enjoy Prototype. But like this? Yeah, we're depowered, but we have telekinesis. And we have the ability to, like, do stuff like this. Well, I couldn't quite make it, but, you know. No falling damage, all kinds of fun stuff. And then, like, when we fight, we punch. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Punch, 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 punch. Does anyone else feel like our arms get weird when we're doing this? Like, they don't look like arms anymore. Like, they turn into Gumby arms. Yeah, Elder Scrolls games are not exactly known for their quality combat. Oh, God, did you see that? Look at the FOV. Here, watch this. Watch the FOV. Do you see that? Why? Why do that? Yeah, Vampire Beat 'em Up sounds legit. Yeah, the FOV goes whenever it goes into combat mode. Yeah, hang on. FOV. Oh, dude, a vampire beat 'em up where there's like tons of stuff around that you could just pick up and smash people with. Yeah, no, that would explain why it's so disorienting. Well, okay, one of the reasons. So there's two other reasons. You probably haven't even noticed, but the enemies can stagger you. And when you're staggered, the camera kind of goes like this, right? Because it's attached to your face and you're animated. So you're in the middle of and then you go and then you go back to and the whole time the FOV is weird. Okay. Let me look something up. Let me look something up. Can I change FOV in the INI file? I don't know, because that's adjusting the FOV based on being in combat. So I feel like what that would do, like if we manually adjusted the INI file to change our FOV, is it would change both, right? So like, and it would just get more distended because of the alteration. Let me check something really quick, because I'm curious about something. Oh, excuse me. God damn it, I really hate news articles that are written by AI. Can I just say that? I know, I'm very anti-AI, and I've never been quiet about that, but Jesus Christ, can we stop having news articles written by AIs? Or LLMs, I should say. God dang it. Okay. That's... Yeah, no kidding, Sovcom. Like, news needs to be news. Not just literally wrong. Like, there's enough deliberate malfeasance in news that we don't need to add bots that are going to get it wrong on top of it. It's like it's 2 layers of wrong at that point. Okay. Let me test something. Because I did find something just now, and I want to test it. So we're going to crank the difficulty way down. All the way to the bottom. Oh yeah, that's another one. LLMs tend to do reactionary generation articles. Sometimes literally in reaction to the post you just made. Right? Hey, what's up?
I want you want. What?
Oh no, we broke the Masquerade for like the 5th time. But on the plus side, that guy just had his first orgasm in years. Choleric points, by the way, from that. Oh yeah, apparently I just walked up to that guy and he was going to attack me. I don't know if you caught that. Blood elixir, which of course it's in a skull. Why wouldn't it be? Hello? Yeah, no kidding, Frieza. I'd say we need to save, but I don't know if you've noticed, there are no saves. There's only checkpoints. So I should probably give that a negative, too. So, I know this isn't exactly unusual, as I have since discovered, but at the time, me and my friends were we thought we were very clever. So, in the LARP, right, in Vampire the Masquerade, the physical game that you play in person, you can get you can get blood points, and you can then spend those blood points to do stuff, right? Pretty basic stuff. We came up with the idea of using gummy bears for that. And like the thing is, we decided to go and do that in lore. So like in lore, we were gummifying blood into little gummy bears, and then we just carry like 5 gummy bears on us and be like ready to go. And you could, I think it was like you could generate 1 gummy bear a real life day or something like that. And so you could build up enough blood points to do certain big things, but it would take you a lot of real life time. So you had to like plan ahead. It was this whole cool thing. But yeah, blood gummy bears. It was this cool concept. I found out years later that plenty of other groups and organizations that play VTM did the same damn thing. 1 gummy bear was 1 Vitae, or whatever it was actually called. So it was 1 blood point. It was just 1 thing. The catch here, and this was kind of the meta thing, was that, oh, absolutely, as Mr. But the meta thing was, you, the player, have to physically eat the gummy bear to pop it. So if you want to, yeah, exactly, my father's right. So if you want to do like 8 or so, right, then you got to sit there and go, oh, no. And that could get weird at a certain point, because some people would save up a lot of points to be able to use on certain really big expenditures, and then they had to sit there and pop 15 gummy bears in one thing, and just like, my tongue, Anyway, sorry.
Katsumi? She's weak, man. Fuck.
Oh, shit. You said no one. Jesus Christ. Hold still.
Wow. So, there's this thing called lazy difficulty. It's the easiest. The reason I call it lazy difficulty is it's the easiest. Exactly, fair note entered. It's the easiest form of difficulty to program.
Something spooked the more sensible anarchs. You'd usually find a few here in the hole. Anyhow, I talked to someone the other night, right here. I'm sure of it. No clue who it was, but they set me on a trail.
Ahem. So, biogenes. Techno warrior. Anyways, yeah, so, hang on. This is kind of a complex issue because I do give negatives for lazy difficulty because it's lazy difficulty. Because all it is changing 2 things. Damage done and health. you'll notice that I was literally one-shotting these enemies now that we've cranked it down, and they could barely scratch my ass at all. Like they couldn't do anything to me. I do agree that I'd prefer lazy difficulty over no difficulty, and I will admit the review system doesn't really perfectly demonstrate that, because I give a negative for lazy difficulty, but I tend to not give a negative for absence of difficulty. I don't really know how to reconcile that. Having said that, a game where I feel like the difficulty is badly designed gets its own separate negatives. Anyways. Yeah, exactly, Frieza. So here's your power fantasy. Crank the diff down. A game with no difficulty. So I'm actually using a specific example here. Vampire, which is a game we've actually played on camera and was hysterical. I recommend you play it, but I recommend you play it on easy. Here's the thing. Here's the problem. It didn't launch like that. At launch, Vampire had no difficulty options whatsoever. And as a consequence, if you play it on normal, that is to say the way it was at launched, I legitimately think the game is in several ways badly designed. I don't remember the specifics, because it's been a couple of years at this point. And that's its own problem, basically, is because stuff like to use a counterexample, Vampire was hard for all the wrong reasons. It was irritating, right? Combat was frustrating to push up to deal with, and you were constantly having to deal with all kinds of aggravations in the combat. If you crank it down to easy, almost all of those issues go away, because the easy mode was actually a decent easy mode. It wasn't just the numbers. It was something that actually adjusted the game a bit. By contrast, something that Elden Ring, to use a specific example, obviously doesn't have a difficulty option, but is at least designed well enough that the game isn't bullcrap, except for a few specific exceptions. Does that make any sense? I'm probably not making any sense. Let's just get on with this. Let's see. Blood. I follow the scent trail of the blood. I will admit, personally, whenever a game has lazy difficulty, I tend to crank it down because I just get de-invested. There are some...
I tell you something. Through your nose, I appreciate my aroma just a little bit more. Leather, old filing cabinets, and a soup zone of homicide.
What was I saying?
I should fill you in on the local color. Anarchs and Thin Bloods we talked about. You can lump them in a batch, mostly. Then there's the court, but you know how the Camarilla works. Princes and primogens and all the usual titles. Other than that, we've a passel of ghouls, hangers-on, rumors of werewolves in Schmidt's Park. Go figure.
Exactly, Talia said. I think I can only come up with one game off the top of my head where difficulty changed. It was lazy difficulty, but I wanted to turn it up. And that was Ori 2. Ori and the Will of the Wisps. And that boils down to a specific concept. This is when lazy difficulty kind of dovetails into another related problem. Boss design is the perfect example of this, and that's what was actually happening in Ori. Anyone else hear a helicopter but don't see one? Is that just me? Okay. If the boss doesn't get a chance to show off what they are as a boss, we have a problem. In fact, we've actually talked about this concept because this is how you're supposed to design bosses in general. You want the boss to be able to go through their whole rotation at least once, right? That's the goal. You want the player to experience the full boss fight. There are ways to do that that are bullcrap. There are ways to do that are good. There are ways to do that are like, awesome. But if you're killing them too quickly, it's not good. And if you have to see the rotation like 5 or 6 times, that is also not good. I actually had someone comment on one of my recent VODs that says that just typical lore hating long games, because I was making a comment and a complaint that a specific boss we had just fought took 10 minutes to kill. And, that's too much. I'm sorry. A 10-minute boss fight is ridiculous. MMO boss fights aren't 10 minutes long. Well, except in, like, some older MMOs. I don't even get into 45-minute boss fights. No, Crazy Norse. No. No. I do remember Evo, yeah. Obviously, there are exceptions. Everything's case by case, blah, 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 blah. Oh! Oh!
Thin blue line just got a bit thinner.
That... okay.
No fucking...
Don't you dare try to run!
Hang on, so I'm doing this on purpose if it's not obvious. We need to see what happens. Okay, Masquerade broken. We did it. Whoa! 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 Ho, ho, ho. Instantly. The millisecond we broke the Masquerade, someone staked us. I didn't even see who did it. It was just an instant death. That was straight up out of, like, helicopter, GM helicopter.
Here we are. I'll tell you something. Through your nose, I appreciate my aroma just a little bit more. Leather, old filing cabinets, and a soup zone of homicide.
Yeah, it did look like we staked ourselves at first, but like the hand was wrong.
I should fill you in on the local color. Anarchs and Thin Bloods we talked about. You can lump them in a batch mostly. Then there's the court, but you know how the Camarilla works. Princes and primogens and all the usual titles. Other than that, we've a passel of ghouls, hangers-on, rumors of werewolves in Schmidt's Park. Go figure.
Mary, Mother of Christ!
If I had hackles, they'd have just raised up on my head.
So I'm just gonna stand here and see what happens. I'm not hiding. I'm just standing here. Okay, so cops are gonna try and shoot me. Okay, okay. I'm gonna ignore them completely. See what happens. Okay, so you cannot interact with doors while you're in the middle of a breach. So, with a wanted level.
Where'd they go? Who's there?
Killing a cop like that is stir up trouble.
Yeah, see, no, there's our arms down there. It was someone else's arm that did it. Okay. I do appreciate there being the ability to break the Masquerade, but like that's a really lazy way to do that.
Leather, old filing cabinets, and a soup zone of homicide.
Yeah, one of the things I was most impressed by when I played Kingmaker was the difficulty options.
I should fill you in on the.
I haven't played Roth or Rogue Trader, but
Thin Bloods we talked about. You can lump them in a batch mostly. Then there's the court, but you know how the Camarilla works. Princes and primogens and all the usual titles. Other than that, we've a passel of ghouls, hangers-on, rumors of werewolves in Schmidt's Park. Go figure. Now.
Yeah, so I'm curious of some.
If I had hackles, they'd have just raised up on my hat. There's something. Something's here, Fire. Like a brace of knives looking to sever a spine.
What do you mean?
I don't rightly know. Oh no.
That is not good. Fire, that's me. What the heck happened?
There's us. So yeah, we killed him.
Well, you saw that, huh? I guess we should talk about what happened.
You brought it on yourself. Yeah, don't. So vampires, when woken up from long sleep, if I'm not, please correct me if I'm wrong here, are not in control of themselves. Like they're not even really sentient fully when they first wake up. There's just huh? Oh yeah, also quite hungry.
I was not in control. When one awakens from torpor, the hunger is overwhelming.
I know. And I forgive you. That's just what torpor does. You went into the box, but the beast came out and drained dry the first thing it saw. But hey, we solved the case of my missing body. And of how I got in your head. Diablerie, right?
The complete draining of one kindred by another, so that the Vitae's power is consumed.
Yes, we know it.
Yes. But this? What has happened here? This is not normal. A transfer of power, of strength, that is expected. But of consciousness? Never. How can you still be here?
Well, here I am. Any theories?
It must be this damned mark, designed to trap you.
It fits the evidence. Although why anyone would want a Malk stuck in an old body beats me. In any event, means we've got a new case. Why am I still here despite all the odds?
And who captured me and brought me here? What was intended for me?
Well, the city has the answers. I think it's time you got permission to walk the streets.
Indeed, from the prince of this city.
Prince Campbell, yeah. Yeah, but I don't know, there's something... I can't say why, but not him. Not right now. I'm sorry, I've lost something here. I just know it's a bad idea to go to him straight.
Is there something amiss in the court? Can the prince not be trusted?
I don't remember. I'm sorry. I just know that if you go to him now, it'd be... There's gotta be another way. Oh, of course. Lou Graham.
Who?
Seattle's previous prince. Sort of. She stepped into the shadows decades back, abdicated. Let Campbell take over the reins. Weird situation, I know, but her shadow's as long as the night. Get in good with her and it'll keep you safe from intrigue. At least for a time.
An abdicated prince? That is most unusual. Can you lead me to her?
The Glacier Hotel. Swanky place, has seen better days. It's got a big sign out the front you can't miss from the street. A few blocks north of Dale's Den, where we woke up tonight.
Okay. Well, that, Well, that just happened. Sorry. Yeah, by the way, being a mayor and a prince, that sounds like two full-time jobs that I do not want. Getting 1%. Yeah, that sounds like a pain in the ass. Actually, vampires do need sleep, don't they?
Imagine you have questions. Other than, Fabian, why did you try to open the box? And I have no answer for that. A new case. Why were you so stupid, Fabian? Sheer curiosity? Off in the end for both cats and cops, right? At least I made it through. Sort of. I suppose we should talk about Lou. You'll need the background. Who stops being a prince and lets someone else take the reins? I'll be honest, I have no notion why she did it. It's been more than 40 years now. My best advice is to remember that she's old, she's powerful. The Glacier Hotel used to be the Camarilla Court, back when Lou ruled the roost. Now there's a glass and steel monolith in the middle of town, Weaver Tower.
No one could even see it.
Just for you. There. Feel appreciated.
I will shoot you! Don't think I won't!
Cop killers tend to draw a bit of attention.
That's fine. That's what I was wondering, right there. It was the hotel staff? No! I had my back to the wall, too. I don't know if you caught that. But yeah, we lost some of our whatever those are points. I was curious about that earlier. I was going to mentally keep track, but it actually popped up that time. So, interesting. We still haven't leveled, like, since we finished that.
As you might expect, Lou holds the penthouse. The elevator's at the back. I never got on with it, but it should work for you.
They not have, like, hors d'oeuvres? Come on, I want to see the food. They just have bottles of some red liquid everywhere. Ugh. Where's the food? Oh my god. Whatever. We'll do not a party.
This will take us to Lou's quarters?
That's right. I reckon you'll do well with her. Just keep your poker face. I'm sure she won't eat you.
Fabian, my boy, at last. I knew you wouldn't let me down. Ready?
Well, I guess so. If only I knew what this is.
Having a bad night, child?
No, but
Just keep your poker face. They won't eat you. Well, not all of you, anyway.
The little detective? Really? Hope you hosed him down.
Ignore Fletcher. I need you to focus now. Rosalind's on the left, Lou's on the right.
Well, Gideon Hall. And who do you bring to us?
As spoken for and sanctioned, Miss Emerson, this is my new child.
I see. And what do you have to say for yourself?
Be kind to the poor man, sister. This is the first time he's seen you in all your glory. Welcome, Fabian. Your sire is thought of highly here. I am Lou Graham. Now tell me, who are you? Beyond the name, what will you do for this court?
Careful.
honestly, I
Fabian, Are you with me? I saw what you saw. But we are here now. Pay attention.
What's that smell?
Fresh blood. Kindred blood.
Oh my.
Couple dead people. Yes, Fabian, stop getting aroused in my body, please.
I hadn't realized how much it had changed. How much it had gone to dust. Bodies, fire. What's going on?
That is a lot of blood everywhere. A lot. A lot. There's a corpse. It smells strongly of burned flesh for obvious reasons. Actual cause of death is unclear. No sign of where the head is. By the way, your choices will affect your future interactions with people. Just a random pop-up there.
I assume from the smell that you are not another of my unwanted suitors.
I am not with them.
No. Somehow you don't seem the type. Well now, it's not often I see someone new in my city. Tell me your story, and we shall see if we are friends or not. Well? Or would you prefer to wash first? You positively reek, my dear.
Remember who you're speaking to.
Yeah, I would be shocked, given the development timeline, if they weren't at least unintentionally inspired by Cyberpunk. Like, completely shocked.
I laid in torpor for 100 years. I am new to this time. And this place.
You should have stayed in the 1920s. A much better time. Now, let's see. Gone these 100 years with that storied look about you, Oh my. How serendipitously the chips do fall. After 100 years, the nomad emerges again here in my parlor. And look at you, the great pride of our clan. No doubt you'll clean up well. But you? What on earth brings you to Seattle? I can't imagine our public library has much to offer. Such an honor.
The pleasure is all mine.
Not all of it, I assure you. But tell me, nomad of many faces, what do you call yourself now?
Fire.
Then I'm simply beside myself to meet you. Fire. As I'm sure the prince shall be. After all, you're an interesting person, and this is a most interesting time.
Citation needed. Also, yeah, the animation in general, like the facial animation is off, but the animation is also crude, is what I would call it. It's not super obvious because most of the scenes don't have much action, but anytime anyone does something more complicated other than just standing there, it looks poorly keyframed, is what I would call it.
And what is it that makes these times so interesting?
Well, of course. You don't know. In just 2 nights, Seattle's gone to hell in a handbasket. First, this grisly business with my dear Campbell, and then a spree of reckless murders just last night. And now anarchs accosting me in my own domain. Sudden transitions of power, just awfully messy, aren't they? But I have no doubt our new prince will bring a swift end to the turmoil.
Grisly business. What happened to Campbell?
Now that is an expression. Penny for your thoughts.
Campbell is no longer prince? What befell him?
2 nights ago, my poor child was found outside Weaver Tower missing something rather vital. His head.
What? How? Who?
Luckily, I had a spare. My other child, Ryung Choi. She rules now in his stead, under my careful tutelage.
Is it known yet? Who slew Campbell?
Darling, the answer is staring you in the face, lifelessly, from my fireplace. First Campbell, now me. Those vile anarch socialists are growing bold.
The Anarchs destroyed Campbell? Unlikely.
How they amassed such strength under my child's watch, I do not know. But I intend to find out.
There was a killing spree last night?
A figure in a bloodied white gown. So I hear. Running rabid through the streets, trailing gore and Dior knows what else. Seems the rabble think a leadership crisis the ideal moment to make a scene. If they had it their way, the Masquerade would be more tattered than a whore's brassiere. But we'll catch them. Our pet hive is overly efficient, assuming that brute of a sheriff doesn't lobotomize the culprit first.
So the Masquerade remains intact. How much do the mortals know about this murder spree?
Oh, the wayward child's all over their television news and social media. Mortals call them #Vampire Bundy. Nobody's taking it seriously, of course. Quite extraordinary, the number of sins you can blame on mental health these days, but still, you can't be too careful. How many bloodless bodies does it really take, after all, to turn on a light bulb? The kindred responsible will be held to account. You can be sure of that.
Okay. So, there's this thing called external continuity. We'll come back to that.
The new prince, your child, Ryung. Tell me of her.
Young, by our standards, but insightful, considered, decisive, which is the best thing a prince can be. Her only flaw is that she is regrettably contemporary. She has big ideas, as the young so often do. Campbell was already a bit of a modernizer, and look where that got him.
Can you make an introduction for me to Prince Ryung?
I'd think she's rather busy squashing an insurrection. Though I'm sure a little extra muscle wouldn't go amiss. You have my blessing. And you can use your audience to let Ryung know that I require new, more competent security. Someone with a keen hunter's instinct who can accommodate my particular tastes. You know what it is to have a refined palate, of course. Now, unless you have something further to discuss.
Tell me more about yourself, Lou Graham.
I was a prince in life and in death. You ask who I am. My dear, I am Seattle. If you want to know more, you can simply visit the Seattle Underground Museum. I hear they do night tours, though of course, the mortals can never give you the full story.
How is it that your child is current Prince of Seattle, and not you?
Fire. It is by my choice, as is everything in this city. Remember that, darling. I abdicated as prince, but I did not relinquish my power. Not one drop.
If I recall, you had a sister prince by your side.
My, I am flattered that your knowledge goes so deep. I did, indeed, long ago. Poor Rosalind. How time rushes by. Ah well.
What can you tell me about Seattle itself?
Oh, it's a wonderful city. The best of America's intellect and culture. The best music, too, even if the last few decades have been unfortunate. Oh, and our forests, our mountains, free from wolves, too, of all breeds. You're welcome.
I will take my leave, for the time being.
Please, take it. And for at least long enough to have a bath.
Ugh, you and Lou didn't get off on the right foot. I understand, but she is one of those folks who needs careful managing. Treong Choi, then. Now Prince. There's a thing. My bet is you'll find her in Campbell's office, Weaver Tower.
No werewolves, huh?
Inkling of what it's like for you now, waking from torpor. It's only been a day or two for me. The world is upended.
I'm not sure, truthfully. It's also not the first person to mention that we stink. So, let's discuss external continuity. For those of you not aware of how we apply that, external continuity isn't just like for the fact that this is Bloodlines 2. As weird as it sounds, I tend to be a little bit more forgiving about that kind of thing because games are not necessarily connected and blah, 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 right? Majora's Mask isn't necessarily connected to Ocarina of Time any more than Final Fantasy V is necessarily connected to Final Fantasy IV. However, this is a game set in the World of Darkness, set in the setting, or excuse me, the rule set of Vampire the Masquerade. So that absolutely applies. The way this. There's two ways external continuity usually applies. Let me summarize my sentence here. Either it's a sequel, how well does this follow the previous, or it's a setting. A Star Wars game needs to use Star Wars well in order to apply for that. If it doesn't use it well, it's whatever. If it uses it badly, it's a negative. If it uses it well, it's a positive, right? So, this game. How do we feel this game is using the World of Darkness so far? Because even with my relatively amateur, outsider's perspective, this ain't great. Also, and I hate to point this out, that hat stand, that hat right there, is hovering over the ground. You see it? About an inch off the ground. The most egregious example of using the Star Wars setting badly. So, my first thought was Phantom Menace on the PS1. The thing is, that game is hysterical. It is so hilariously out of character that it's actually what I would consider to be a positive for that game. We might get, if I ever review that game, and God willing, I never will, that game might actually get positives for external continuity for how much it just is so terrible. You can just go through and murder Gungans and kill civilians, and then, there's this one bit where you can actually kill the kids who are trying to fix the speeder. And the whole time, Qui-Gon is, voiced by this dude who sounds like he's just having the worst day ever. Because he's just I don't want to deal with this now. Tell me where the thing is. I must find this. What's going on? He sounds angry in every voice clip. It just imagine an angry Qui-Gon running around killing everybody. Anyways. More hover droids are coming. It was hilariously bad. I've actually never played it, I should mention. But I have seen it several times because it is a great speed run. So, for anybody curious. So, guide me through this, Kira White. Are we talking double? Is this triple territory? Help me out. I ask in ignorance, because even with my knowledge of this game, I would argue this is at least a double. Even with my pathetic knowledge. This does not feel great. They're screwing up, like, fundamental aspects of the setting.
Look at you. Even more delicious up close. And that power, that authority, like a heady perfume. Oud, rose, and bergamot. Oh, don't look so surprised, little flame. The first stage of my process is observation.
No, Von Falkenstein.
Isabella Moore, artist.
Also, EDF! EDF! EDF!
A pleasure. I always have time for art and its creators.
I know a generous and wealthy patron when I see one. You should stop by my place. Atrium. The kind call it a nightclub, but it's so much more. I have something rather special planned. Once, it might have taken your breath away. You'll see.
Perhaps I will.
Oh, but what am I talking about? You came here to see Lou Graham. It's been, what, decades since she left that musty old penthouse? How fares the former prince?
She seemed well.
Is that so? Well, I won't keep you. You will accept my invitation?
If my pursuits take me nearby, I will consider it.
I'm sure they will. Art always takes. The question is, what will be spared? Until then, little flame.
Yeah, these... I'm building myself up towards several dialogue negatives. Because... yeah, the dialogue here feels extremely first pass. But, like, in the worst possible way. If I was to put descriptor towards it, it reminds me... no, it's a different thing, Act. Because Starfield was just bland and needed an editing pass. This feels like someone who English is not their first language. That's what this feels like. That's the vibe I'm taking from it. And that can work. You know, we have plenty of games that have been in English that are written by people who are not primary English speakers, and you have a localizer who fixes that up and spends some time editing and polishing it. Boom, good game. Woo. This is not that. Oh no, Mook. Hang on. I just had a horrible thought. Yeah, exactly, Goldtech. It's another step. There's a reason why we give localization positives. It's because it is extra work that is required to overcome what would otherwise be negatives. 1 second. I'm going to check something super quick. Hang on. This game might be rated M for mature. It doesn't say. I was curious because sometimes they have to, well, I say they have to, sometimes they do list whether or not they used anything LLM in the generation thereof. But considering the time crunch on this game and the fact that this game was basically built in the last 2 years, which is well after the LLM craze, it might have even been before they realized that the LLM, thing doesn't even work, especially for writing. I don't know. It's entirely possible they're just bad. Oh, Jesus, Tyr. I don't even want to think about how much worse it can get. Ooh, that was a load screen. Jesus. I have unfortunately seen that act. I felt dirty watching it.
To see the newest prince, then?
Indeed.
Just to be really honest about it, it felt dirty watching it.
It's not often Isabella thinks someone is worth talking to. She must see you as an opportunity or a fellow artist. She mostly ignores me, and for that, I'm thankful.
So, no, the Chinese... Okay. Let me look this up so I don't misreport this, okay? I know, X. That's just... Oh. It's kind of disgusting. So, the Chinese room is an argument that holds a computer executing a program cannot have a mind, understanding, or consciousness, regardless of how intelligently or human-like the program may be made to behave. It is essentially the argument that I myself actually firmly believe in, that AI, as we know of it, cannot be sentient, right? Let's just use that word, sentient and sapient. The name of the company is the Chinese Room, which, yeah, is based in Brighton. It's a British company. And they started off doing mods, and they've made a few games. Like I said, they made Dear Esther and Amnesia, a Machine for Pigs, which is probably the two most well-known works. They also made Everybody's Gone to the Rapture, which I'm familiar with. And two games I'm not, which is Little Orpheus and Still Wakes the Deep. They've actually been around for a good while at this point. What I find funniest is the Chinese Room specifically pitched the idea of this game to Paradox. Sorry, I was noticing the PAX there as I was reading while talking. I should never do that. Although the group was bought out by Tencent in 2022, so I suppose they are actually a Chinese company now. But yeah, by all accounts, most people point to the Chinese Room as the inventors of the walking simulator. Let's try it. So we've got a bar right over here, right? Let's just try it.
Wondering about the court and Ryong Choi, our new prince, it seems. She is sharp as a tack and deals fair, but who's to say? Power changes folks, I guess. You'll meet Tali too, queer fish and as colorful as they come. You already met Benny and Isabella, stick and carrot of the court, respectively.
That is Seattle's inner circle?
Hard to say, given the Campbell news. There are plenty more kindred in Seattle, but who is floating to the top?
It's supposed to be a bar, like, right here. Like, literally, this, I think this is it. Nope, it's to the right of here. Right here, actually. Look, it's right there. Do you see on the screen? I don't know if you can see my cursor here. Okay, let's try something else. Let's be thorough. Let's try the atrium over here. Well, you can see the cursor for once. Holy crap. That means it's not rendered as a cursor, which means this was probably made with consoles in mind. You can tell this is Seattle because there's a Starbucks right here, and just down that road there's another Starbucks. Oh my god. Okay, I said that as a joke, but look, look, look. There's a Starbucks. And there's a Starbucks.
Spare a dollar?
Yeah, exactly, TSB. The most believable thing in the game. A Starbucks. Oh, up, 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 oh! Who said that? Who said that? It was Lolamlas. Lolamlas was correct. Actually, believe it or not, the company that most tends to sabotage its own franchisees as hard as, like, actually having a freaking new store open up across the street from an existing one, is Subway. Anarch threat to Seattle's prince. So the current prince, or whatever sap holds the biggest stick in your tiny little court. Your time is up. The City of Angels is only the start. You're on the list. San Diego and San Fran are standing strong. This is not a threat, it's a promise. You want proof? Ask your little buddy LaCroix. Oh wait, he's smoke on the wind, so you can't. Our advice to you, smear yourself in your favorite barbecue sauce, pick a nice summer day, and take a walk at about sunup. Have a great night. Voice of the Anarch Free States. It's been about a dozen of these per year since the LaCroix incident. Campbell ignored them, but I figured I'd pass this on to you for a good laugh. I hope you're enjoying your new job more. I think so, Loke. There is like nothing else here. There was a collectible, which I have no idea what kind of collectibles are in this game. And yeah, that's it. That was the bar. Wow. That's okay. Yep, Pokemon is next. Sorry, I need to update the bot. I think Mother 3 just got funded too. I'll have to double check. I mean, I fully anticipate Pokemon Gen 1 is not going to score well. It is a buggy, old, awkward game, which is badly designed. But I don't think it's going to score nearly as badly as Third Birthday. Because Third Birthday, and I keep pointing this out, I think Third Birthday is going to win the worst title because it has a terrible story. A lot of the games we've been covering have bad gameplay. But like Echo was even net positive on the story axis. And Pokemon Red barely has... What? What? We'll do the bottling this season. 1 in 19 men die from holding it in. Break the stigma, break the seal. Mental health for men. What? Well, I mean, you all will get to vote for worst game of the year during the LGAs. What? I'm not reading all that out loud, but what in God's name? Someone somewhere bothered with this. Like that, wow, okay. That, wow. This is, okay, okay.
That's the place, Weaver Tower.
It was an ad that was against ads that were against anti-vaping ads, if that makes any sense. It was very strange. Our superhuman criminals tearing up our city. The city is abuzz with multiple reports of group violence and vandalism in the streets last night. Several witnesses report seeing perpetrators demonstrate extraordinary strength and ability. There's a whole group of them, hollering, making a mess. I see one of them jump right into the roof of a truck and stand on the sidewalk. A few minutes later, another fellow rips the driver's side of the door right off the hinges. I've never seen nothing like it in all my years. Other witnesses report similar stories, including patches of blood in the snow being suspiciously plowed up by civic maintenance before the police can investigate. Some speculate a City Hall cover-up, but such claims are completely unsubstantiated. The atrium. The atrium. The atrium. The atrium. The atrium. Because that's where you put up ads for a thing, is right across the street from it. Oh, we can't go in yet. I'm not sure yet, Sub-Zero. Probably just one day. I don't tend to spend too much time on it. The atrium. Alright, so. Yes, this is EU5, and it shows. How's the performance? Not terrible. There's some pretty hard stutter loading, especially whenever it's scene transition, but...
This is our city! Kill the Cammy!
More anarchs seem a mite upset. I wager they're not here to play nice.
Wow, that's stealth. I don't know what to make of that stealth.
Getting through here on my watch.
Wow. Yeah, there's no save system at all. I've heard several people argue that the worst thing about this game is that it's not an RPG. I have actually been to Seattle. I used to have family that lived up there. The answer is no. This is not accurate at all.
If you're done with your entertainment, you'll be wanting the elevator. The prince's office is upstairs. But anarchs in Weaver Tower. Huh. The mystery deepens.
So, someone earlier mentioned Dishonored 2. I think it was Off the Deeper End. And obviously Tali just mentioned it as well. I did notice in the interview they did a couple of months ago that they specifically mentioned Dishonored 2 as an inspiration for this game, which... If you take off your glasses and squint a little bit, I can kind of see it. Yeah, the problem is Dishonored 2, which, if you remember, despite the terrible, terrible story of the game, had a phenomenally bonkers good gameplay axis. Like, some really, really great stuff on the gameplay side of things. And a huge amount of that was down to a tremendous amount of manually crafted level design, right? The kit was good, sure. The controls were nice, fine. But, like, what really made that game, Dishonored 2, was the level design. So, for example, go ahead and talk level design for a second. So here we've got a big empty room with 4 pillars we can kind of hide behind. And that's kind of it. That's the level design. It's a big empty room with people who can't detect you when you're stealthed. This is the opposite of level design. This is the stuff you'd see in the 70s when you'd walk into the boss arena and there's a big empty room. Sorry, there would be no boss arena in the 70s, but you get my point. There is no level design. Like, there's nothing to talk about. There's nothing here. It's an empty room. And it deserves that Off the Deeper End. Well, maybe it deserves that. We'll see. We got a few more games to go through. But yeah. Yeah. No, there we go. That's a good example. Wolfenstein 1982. That's what this is. I'm going to jot this down as a potential negative. There is no level design.
Oh, goddamn. Elevators, the bane of my existence. Hope you're feeling fit. We gotta get up to the 21st.
I love the lighting glitch.
I've been thinking, anarchs here and anarchs at the glacier?
You think these are the same anarchs who attacked Lou Graham?
See, anarchs aren't organized. Even one group gets round to trying something, that is not good news.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure Dishonored 2 was this year. Can someone verify that? I'm almost positive that was this year, though. Did the elevator come? Hello? Yeah, you're getting Deathloop vibe because Deathloop was a poor man's Dishonored. Of course, the elevator's busted. Right, because we have a Malkavian with us. When are the LGAs? So I'm not 100% sure when we're doing it this year, but generally speaking, what I do is I let people vote either in January and then we do it in February, or we do the opposite. I'm probably going to stick with that. It makes the most sense to me. In other words, you know, all the games up to and through December, that'll be the ones that qualify, right? Those are the ones that count. And then you'll, you know, obviously people have been doing nominations the whole year. That was a good idea. So you get credit for that. We'll finish up nominations. We'll probably do a truncated form of nominations and we'll do voting in January. Because the idea is that you nominate, you know, when it occurs to you. Oh no, this is 100% Sabat. Even I know that. And I'm only passingly familiar with this setting. We are Ventru. Hey look, there's a baseball bat that I can't... I can't pick up... Oh my god. This is all I can do, isn't it? Okay. Is that a gun? Can I shoot the gun? Okay. There it is. That's a good question, Logue. So far, honestly, I think this game is, as of this moment, worse than the original. And I wasn't really positive about the original. But it did get a net positive score.
What do you get for Donald?
Get out of here, you stupid county fuck! Sorry, cutie pie. You're not on the guest list.
What did I tell you? Colorful.
That is the Nosferatu, Tully?
The very same.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm flattered. I mean, geez, I don't think I've been this wanted since, 1982? Jimmy Darling and the Mustang? Oh, take me back. But between you and me, I don't think you're really my type. I mean, you're no Jimmy. No offense.
Maybe don't mention our little team up, huh?
Okay, fine. I'll say it. It's the fit. Just really not working for me. It's giving art school, but like, it's giving dropout, you know? And I gotta say, you're a little needy.
Come out and get your beat down.
I look into attachment theory because, sweetie, you are anxious. But remember, therapy is for everyone, so long as you have insurance.
Give up, fucker!
Oh, you don't? Well, I suppose that's too bad. Guess you picked the wrong side, huh? What do you say I put in a good word up top? Oh, wait, I forgot. I don't want to. You done?
Fucking die!
Oh, guess not. Still got it.
I'm gonna disagree with that sentence. This is... I already mentioned this in the design document, or oh my god, the review document, excuse me. I get what they're going for. I understand what they want out of the dialogue, and I don't think they're succeeding. I think that the game is trying to go for, like you could feel the vibe of the scene, but not the execution of it. the dialogue, the presentation, it's just... So in this exact case, they're going for person who is completely unfazed by the other people who are trying to come and beat them up, and is just kind of mocking and belittling them to enrage them. Then you cut to the other person who's like, "Rawr, I'm evil and dumb, and I'm going to punch your face out." Rawr. And that's the dichotomy, is you've got the flippancy, and then you've got the enragement. And it's actually a pretty common two character act that you'll see in a lot of works. But it's not there. Yeah, that's supposed to be the snark, right? Okay. You remember in Force Awakens when Poe Dameron is captured by evil Darth Lord McTeen's Pants, and he says, "Okay, do you talk? Do I talk? Are we supposed to talk? What's to talk?" And he's like, "Oh, I will rip the information from you." It's the same vibe. It's the same exact vibe they're going for. And yeah, if you do want to play VTMB1, look into fan patches. I couldn't even get the game to launch without fan patches, but you'll want a few even if you can. It will help. Yeah, you need the patches. Wow, they didn't actually see me. They just went for the location. Did you see that? I went loud because I thought they'd already detected me. But they actually didn't see me at first there.
Come on over, let's have a talk.
Oh yeah, and to skip the sewer level. Oh my God, the sewer level.
Damn, kid. You're not new to chewing your way through the hordes, are you?
I have had lifetimes of experience.
I've heard that one before. Never believed it till now. Name's Michael Tolliver, but call me Tolly. I'm your go-to gal for fun times at the OK Camarilla.
You may call me Fire.
I may. Guess you're here to see her principship? New kid checking in and all that, right?
You don't seem to be taking this too seriously. Are you not concerned about the attack?
Oh, it's serious. It's always been fucking serious. It's always gonna be serious. You know what's really serious?
Educate me.
Those fucking pants. It looked like an accident in a costume store, and it's making a bad night worse. It's been a regular good old-fashioned nightmare since Campbell went down. I mean, he was a limp fucking dick, but a city without a prince wasn't part of the plan for the Christmas party, you get me? Anywho, our Ryong has a few anarch runts upstairs trying to work out why/when/how they managed to murk a prince. If that's what happened. Fun times, huh?
I just got a comment on one of my videos that says, and I quote, "I miss the down-to-earth version of you when you acted like an actual human being." I don't know how to process that one. No context. It's just a comment. That's the full totality of the comment. What, VOD? It's a Star Trek episode. Yeah, I just... What? I have apparently been replaced by an LLM. No, we always know I've been a robot. I've always been a robot. They could improve me. They have the technology, but they don't want to spend a lot of money.
What is the situation? Is there war in Seattle between Anarchs and the
Listen, war's too big a word to be waving around right now. We're just dealing with a few groups of fuckers who've caught us with our pants down. Fucking Benny! Our sheriff, Muldoon, bless his heart, just upped and fucked right off. Fucked us, too.
Muldoon?
Benny Muldoon. We met.
Yeah, I guess running protection for a new prince just wasn't something he was feeling. Without him, the guards got gobbled.
The sheriff. I met him. Hunting Thin Bloods.
You did? What did he have to say for himself?
Fuck the prince, I believe.
What a fucking guy. Anyway, let's stay positive. Benny's gonna get his star shoved up his ass, and frankly, that was a long time coming. And you get to go up top and meet our prince. And bonus time, since the elevators are still busted, you get to do some more climbing. When you slither out, you'll probably surprise Science Gal.
Science Gal?
Be a sweetheart and tell her that the borders are repelled. Look on the bright side. Next time I see you, I'll owe you one. See ya!
Yeah, he's Nosferatu. He looks like Nosferatu. I do kind of like that actor. He's probably the only actor I've actually liked so far. Even though, yeah, he's channeling... Oh, God. Ryan... I can't remember his name. The guy who plays Deadpool way too much. Still, he's doing something. Ryan Reynolds, thank you. And yeah, the dialogue in general really is in love with the F word. As I've pointed out many times, cussing is in and of itself not a negative. That would be silly. Oh, did someone kill the bot? No. Someone did kill off the bot. No. There we go. Cussing is a tool. Cussing is a tool like any other writing tool. It can be used well and badly.
Rather a shine to you. He ain't so different from other hives. Sorry, Nosferatu. Not so much about appearances. It's the inside that counts.
Yeah, it's a skill. Some games do it badly, some games do it really badly, some games do it terribly. Some games do well. A good game that uses it. GTA 5. I know that's kind of a default, but that game has a tremendous amount of cussing in it. And that is an exceptionally well-written, well-directed, well-performed game. So, sorry. I have heard of the filter. I have heard of the fact that they're using it without consideration of the creators. I have heard that there's hoops you have to jump through in order to turn it off, several AI things, because I've had to do that. I have not heard of the epileptic thing, but it makes sense if you know how they tend to do things. For those of you not aware, LLMs tend to, the way they operate, like the fundamental way they operate in the visual sense, is they look at something and they adjust it. If it's animated, they adjust it on the fly. If it's not, they just adjust it based on nearby pixels. And they try to approach good enough, right? What that means, practically speaking, is that each thing tends to have like several polishing passes before it gets finished, which is why skin tends to look so smooth in LLM pictures, is because all of the little wrinkles and dimples and flaws that exist in skin are smeared over because they're just smearing each of the pixels into each of the nearby pixels. Make sense? If you're doing that live on the fly, it tends to lead to this kind of stuttery effect, especially if it's trying to adjust something like, say, and I'll use a specific example, that light with the dark right next to it. If this was an LLM generated shot and the camera was like panning like this, there's a decent chance that as the specific spot moves for where it's supposed to be dark and where it's supposed to be light, it would kind of wobble back and forth, making a strobe effect, right? I've actually seen this, so this isn't like presumption, but that is also how LLMs operate in general, so that's just how that would work.
This is a conundrum.
Is it? The auto-dubbing thing pissed me off.
If I make a few assumptions, your clan has a history of betting in with the Camarilla. And I saw nothing in your dealings with the old prince to contradict that. So I can only assume that you are no salmon. You swim with the current.
Now is not the time.
Fine, fine. But something to think about before you meet the prince.
Yeah, animated LLM slop is way easier to spot than static stuff. There's also a very yes, I was Morganite. There's also a very unnatural smoothness to it. Which, if you've seen it, you know exactly what I'm talking about. It's just weird in how smooth it is. Oh, I don't know. What do we all think, chat? What would I be? If like, what would be the clan that would fit me? Might actually be a better way to phrase that question. I know we talked about this during VTMB1, but I don't remember what we came up with. Where's the ladder? I was just staring at it. There it is. God, it is so disorienting because of the way the camera just lurches around while you're doing this. And yeah, the highlighting, the way it handles light in general is wrong. For lack of a better way to put that. The one that's good at punching. I got this. Gonna be a boxer vampire. Oh my god. I need to make a game or a story or whatever about a boxer vampire.
Shiny, isn't it? My guess is science looked somewhat different back in your day.
Shh. Signs of a struggle. Bifurcation of head from neck, but no clean cut. The head was pulled free. This took remarkable strength. It is almost impressive. And no bullet wounds. These are not the telltale signs of an anarch. Which means, could it be? Hello? Stay back! I mean it. I don't want to hurt you, but I...
Tali's science gal, Sophia? Be gentle.
Sophia? Tolly asked me to tell you the intruders have been dispatched.
You spoke to Tolly? An intruder would say that. Unless... how do I know I can trust you?
Look at you, trembling like a hare. How adorable you are.
I don't even know your name.
My name is Fire. I come to meet Prince Ryong Choi of Seattle, with the blessing of Lou Graham.
Lou? I see. Well, if she sent you...
Thank you.
But, wait. You... No. Surely... Forgive me. You're the nomad.
Huh? Guess word gets around.
How did you know that?
I mean, I've read about the nomad. About you. The records, the stories. Oh, you're everything they say. Forgive me, my impertinence. I am Safia Ulusoy, a scholar of our history. If we could speak sometime, not now, of course. I shouldn't impose. Forgive me.
Certainly. I think it would be a pleasure for us both.
A pleasure? Forgive me. The books. I didn't know you would be so... The door's unlocked. The prince's office is opposite the... For now. But please, find me later. It would be everything.
Okay.
We should press on. You should meet the new prince. Sophia's been around a while and always had a smile for me. Glad you two got on.
Yes, this is Dragon's Dogma romance. That's what we're at. That's what this is. Oh my god. I think we did just flirt. Yeah. I think that counts. Oh, yawn, excuse me. Can you have multiple saves? No. Oh wait, actually no, I shouldn't say that. Let's test something. That's actually a really good thing to test. Let's do it right now. Because I mentioned there's no saves. There might be save slots, which is not as bad. So if I do load game. Oh, that's interesting. So there actually are autosaves. Holy crap. Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay. Hang on. Plus to saves for multiple autosaves. But, you only get one save slot. Yeah, it's the Pokemon problem. Yes, but having multiple checkpoints is nice, Benwani. And I tend to like checkpoints. Okay, so that's... yeah. It's not great.
We should press on. You should meet the new prince. Sophia's been around.
Once imbibed, the subject appears instantly more resilient to physical trauma. Open incision on the perennial artery has produced only 4.5 milliliters of blood loss. Further analysis required, but these findings are promising.
Wow. And always had a smile for me. Glad you two got on.
Oh, yeah, no, totally, Luke. 100%. So, speaking of, I actually agree. I didn't actually know that Lumen... I mean, yeah, that the lighting is not great. In fact, it's just kind of... let's get rid of this. So, the lighting is not good. Let's just get that out of the way. Can you save manually? No. Or at least not that I saw. Like, what you just saw me do was say, these are my options. Resume, restart, exit, quit. Yeah, the map is... can I not? I cannot navigate the map with my mouse at all. At all. I have to use WASD. It's another telltale sign of designed for console, by the way. This is, I've seen worse. Yeah, there's no local map at all. Oh, hey, there's our collectibles in the upper right. We'll hold back on this for the moment, but this is not a great map. This is definitely a non-positive map. I don't know if it drifts into negative territory. I was about to say something. That doesn't matter. God dang it. That is a good question, Sub-Zero. So, yeah, I think TSB is right. I think this is Lumen. And yeah, it's problematic at best.
Okay. What you need from the prince is permission. And what we need is answers.
Please, please, I'll tell you anything you want.
And yet, you aren't. Let's try this again. Who ordered Campbell's destruction?
Help!
How did you breach his security?
I don't know. I don't know anything.
You really don't know, do you? Pity. Look at me. Look at me! Well, that was a waste.
That was a badly done establishing moment.
A new face. And not just any new face. Aren't you interesting? There's something... Tell me, who are you?
So, okay, I'm sorry. Can I just jump in here really quick? Once again, that's a perfect example of how I can get what they're going for and how they're failing at it. They wanted it's a villain establisher, right? You want to establish their character, their tone, and especially if they're in control, you want to establish that they are in control. I'll actually use an example here. There's a moment where, in A New Hope, it's actually a more brilliant scene than I think a lot of people see, where Admiral Motti is arguing with some of the other staff around the Death Star staff table. And as Admiral Motti is arguing with them, he attacks them verbally and belittles them. He then tries this exact same technique on Darth Vader. Two things happen in short succession there. First of all, Darth Vader is having none of it. Immediately just casually walks up to him and starts choking him, as everyone else just kind of watches uncomfortably. It's a great scene to establish Vader, but then, right after that, Tarkin is the one who says, enough. Enough of this. Release him. And then Vader releases him, which establishes Tarkin. It's actually a surprisingly good scene in a film that's mostly just kind of like, you know, good. That scene's great, and it does a lot of world building, character building, and establishing of the power dynamics and what the situation is. That's how you do that kind of a scene. This, first of all, the pacing. Yeah, exactly, Dakota. It's a fairly vanilla scene, but it's very well executed. The pacing is wrong, the tone is wrong, the animation is wrong. All three things are incorrect. So yeah, it's way too fast. Look at me, crush. Like, there was no pause. What should have happened is, look at me. Look at me, right here. And then she rips his head off, or her head off, or whatever. Like there needs to be that moment of control before establishing that this person is just a bug that you're crushing under your heel. And so it was just, look at me. Look at me. I actually honestly thought she snapped her head off on accident. That was the vibe I got from that. And then she immediately says, oh, what a waste. Yeah, I don't get powerful vibes from this woman. The fact that she also had to descend, so that's the first, the pacing is wrong. The tone was completely wrong. The woman sounded, I mean, the voice acting hasn't been great in general. So the voice acting just didn't sell it. There was no authority behind anything she was saying. She just sounded like she was not even like a manager, just like a secretary. And yeah, she also just ruined her suit, which should have actually been more important to her than the life she just killed. Yeah, bored. Good word. She sounded bored the entire time. Just, come on. You really don't know anything, do you? Yeah, exactly. She needs to assert dominance, savor the fact that she has established her position here, then execute the person. Preferably in a way that doesn't actually, you know, cause her any untoward unpleasantness. But no, instead she's just, whoops. So it was the pacing was wrong, and the animation, right. The animation was weird and awkward. Actually, I've already pointed this out. All of the animation in the entire game is bad. But it's most noticeable when there's any kind of action going on. I usually put this under storyboarding. Like, the weird camera shot and her just kind of like doing, like, her actual hand animation was literally this to pop the head off. What? Just whoop. And the head just kind of comes cleanly off. So.
One who seeks an audience with Prince Choi of Seattle. Please, call me Fire.
I see. Well, good to meet you, Fire. And welcome to Seattle. but I'm afraid you find matters a little complicated. Sophia, any results? Do we know who slew Campbell?
It's, inconclusive. So far. Someone's clearly tried to frame the Anarchs, but...
Frame the Anarchs?
Forgive me. It's just... The Nomad! Hi.
Perhaps when we're in private. Oh my god, I'm gonna flirt with her.
I am speaking to your prince, Sophia. Perhaps you can express your infatuation in private.
Sophia.
Huh?
So that's what was left unsaid. I had a feeling. And I don't buy that you're simply being humble. Your reputation is legend. And to what? Or whom do we owe this pleasure?
I believe it was Lou, my prince.
I see. And what did you two discuss?
She asked for more competent security. The attackers reached her as well.
Did they now? Seems peace just got a whole lot harder. Well, nothing she couldn't handle, I'm sure. But I'll see it done. We wouldn't want a former prince feeling insecure. So, you've come to ask permission to move freely through my city?
And to find an answer. I woke only recently, and with this mark on my hand.
Oh.
I hoped you could tell me what you know of it.
I see. Well, your timing is hardly ideal.
Then we should come to an arrangement.
Speaking my language. But as much as I hate it, there's something we have to talk about first. Could you share what happened last night, Tolly?
With pleasure.
Yeah, he does this.
Figure in bloody robes seen fleeing across city. Black hair, ashen skin. Dead bodies in an abandoned building, cops on site. Suspicious-looking blood loss. Never mind the poor fashion choice. That's a masquerade breach right there.
Ah, nuts. Let the mask slip once and the world becomes your scaffold.
So you see, we have a problem. One that must be dealt with.
I apologize. I was not in control of myself. How may I atone?
Smooth, very smooth.
I'm sorry, Fire. But perceived or otherwise, I can't ignore this. A new prince that displays such weakness? I'd be lucky to see another night. Especially with the Anarch situation so hot.
Oh, that reminds me. Our sheriff's refusing to get in line. Old Benny boys left a trail of bloody bodies right from the back of, you know, your home from home.
I see.
Failed to brief his boys, left the glacier wide open. You already know how that played out. They interrupted her soaps. She is not a happy camper. She's got questions now. The difficult ones. Wants to hear answers.
Right. Well, can't put it off forever. Please excuse me. I have to deal with this. Tolly, get me the Linden perfume. I can't reek of thin blood when I tell her it's under control.
I am still here.
And?
Let me help with your sheriff.
You've got some hustle. Meet me at Macomb tomorrow night. We'll talk.
Scored yourself a sit-down with the boss. Just keep playing the game like you did and you'll be fine. But whatever you decide to do, just remember, the only real question in life is whether the fucking you're getting is worth the fucking you're getting. Talk soon, honey bun.
Nicely done. I think she likes you. Same with Tolly. It's a good start. Now, let's get out of the furnace.
So, I've noticed something. There's little side things you can do out in the world that give you an absolute pittance of experience. Or if you just advance cutscenes, you gain a whole large amount of experience. If you're remembering, we were having trouble hitting level 2 earlier. just going through this whole sequence of events, we are now level 5. Well, I shouldn't say level 5. It doesn't work that way. We have 5 additional points to spend. And I don't know what else to add to that, really. Do we have a quest journal? No. Yeah, I guess so, Sub-Zero. It's certainly an approach. Not what I'm a big fan of. These are a lot of abilities for a game that has this bad a combat. I might grab Mute. Learned this ability from Nico at the Aurora Pond. We'll switch outfits for a bit. And since we apparently can just cyberpunk our hair, we'll just do that. How do I, like, teleport out? Yeah, I noticed. So I was actually thinking about that. I'm not sure that's really negative worthy in its own right, but it's like boil their blood from the inside, mark your current position, use to return to it, taunt them into attacking you, charge them at supernatural speed, pull them towards where you caused that, blink to a specific location, mesmerize them into fighting for you, rapid fire hits. Like these, I'm not the only one that these sound familiar for, right? Mute, which I might actually grab. Glimpse of Oblivion makes them run. Time Stop. Yeah. Shadow Step. Bladed Hands. Oh my god, we just straight up have the Bladed Hands. Arms of Ahriman. It's a mez. We can actually mez someone. That's a good question, Sub-Zero. We should save up to get one of these to test that. But unfortunately, these are expensive as hell. Like these cost like 10, 6, 8 points. That one is cheaper because we have affinity for that. But we can get anything. So I guess that's the only thing our clan changes is which affinities we have. So we could get Taunt for cheaper. We could get Entrancing Kiss for cheaper. Glimpse of Oblivion for cheaper. It looks like that's it at the moment. Oh, hey. Yeah, no kidding, Umbral Magnus. Slightly cheaper abilities, and so far they've only referenced our clan once. I've actually been paying attention. I know, shocking, me paying attention. So we need a little red. Which I, of course, am not seeing. But we also need... Hang on, so that was... oh, no, we need a lot of red for that. I was going to get the other one, which is... Oh, where is it? One of these two? Might have been back in... No, I was going to grab that. So we need a little bit of red. I was right. So we need a little bit of red. And patience at the Aurora Pond. Just way over there. I've seen the culling in this game. It's shockingly bad. It's like 20 feet in front of us bad. If you pay attention to some of the things on the sides of the road as we're walking, you'll actually see the culling in action. So yes, I do think this fog is at least in part, this is the lighting, or at least in part to cover up the culling. Yeah, I'd almost rather they just allowed us to have a straight-up class system. Like you see it in the snow just there. Where you can just, you pick a class, which is your clan. Here's your abilities, right? Yeah, the whole point of the clans is that's your kit, right? Like, I'm not... I have never seen it snow in Seattle, no. Launching Lightspeed to a grid near you. EV chargers, e-scooters, tap to pay, Necrotech. The Atrium. Oh, that's another thing. Because, like, what the hell? Obviously, the video game isn't even going to acknowledge the curse. Right? Like, what do you want to bet? It's not even going to be mentioned once. I don't even know what Venture's negatives are, and I bet you money they'll never come up. His came up, Malkavian, but ours hasn't. Picky Eater.
Zdravey! Ah, I see we share a condition. I'm Nico. It's always a pleasure to meet a visitor. This is my shop. It is where the mortals come to make debts they cannot repay. Sometimes I feed on them, but mostly I enjoy their charming knickknacks.
Do you know a kindred named Fabian?
Oh, interesting.
But of course. I haven't seen him around in a while, but he's a good guy. He once asked me to help find the lost possessions of a chimiche he was desperately attempting to woo.
Perhaps we've heard enough.
Tell me about your relationship with the Camarilla.
Well, I report to no one, but I sometimes help them as I can. I source items the prince needs, keep my ears open for what's happening in the city. And sometimes I help bring a reckoning to those that deserve it.
So you avenge on behalf of the Camarilla?
Only if I agree with their judgment. Then I'm honored to do it.
If you want the most inaccurate and useless search engine in the world, I suppose that you could use Bing. But other than that, you could use AI for that, Spartan. I would never use AI as a search tool. That is a guarantee of getting, at best, misleading information.
You have an impressive collection of items. Are they all brought in by mortals?
Some, yes. Some are souvenirs I collect myself. See that vase over there, for example. It belonged to a man who promised to visit his sick mother, and did not. So I ripped out his spleen. Some people really do not know how to behave. I have much to do. Have a good night, my friend.
Be well.
No kidding, Tyr. Search engine optimization was already pretty bad, and has been pretty much since it first started existing. But I fully agree that LLM SEOing is just worse. It's getting more and more wild and less accurate as time goes on. Hang on a second. So that was patience. I'm looking for patience. That's Nico. Hello.
Hey, new kid, take a look. Drink it in. This is my magnum opus. At least it will be. It's kind of a work in progress. I think the color balance is off. Maybe it needs another femur? Name's Patience, by the way. Don't make a joke, I already heard it.
How do the Toreador fare in Seattle?
I don't know. Same as anywhere else, probably? Maybe if I added more yellow to the foreground.
What is this piece you are making?
I use almost entirely found objects. Items from the shop, stuff I find outside, old crockery, lost coins, roadkill, the usual. You get what it's about, right?
Of course. Your art is about the fleeting nature of mortality.
Exactly. You can take something like a shitty souvenir cup that's outlived its owner by 12 years already. 12 years! All their thoughts, their dreams, their guts are gone. Their kids are already forgetting them and the worms are eating their hair. But that $2 plastic cup's still good as new. Kind of beautiful, huh?
Tell me more about this place. Is it your studio? Perhaps your haven?
Yeah. Maybe it needs more viscera? But dried or wet? Right, I gotta get on with it. If you come across any gold fillings, save them for me.
I have enjoyed our time. I will see you again.
Thing? But will you teach me abilities?
Tell you got great bone structure? Shame you're still using it. All right?
I will let you...
Okay. So that... I'm guessing she's gonna have a quest at some point. Because, yeah, apparently we just can't get that. Whatever. I tried. Moving on. It's okay, there's some kind of fast travel system, right? So, there's an old Flash video. It's a pretty old one, in the earlier days of the internet, which was a joke about how the different... It was a stereotype joke. You know the type, right? And it was how the different people across the countries of the world have sex. It was amusing, and I wanted to share it with a friend. So I went, and in a private window, went Google searching for Flash video sex around the world. I did not find what I was looking for. What ensued after that was several attempts to refine that search to get across that I was trying to find a Flash video. As in the program Flash. Oh my god. Yeah, it's... I did actually end up finding it eventually. But like, god dang. I only mention it because I actually used to have pretty good Google foo, right? I used to be pretty good at being able to find random ass stuff on the internet. Actually, Flash is still around and still operable. It's just, it's no longer officially supported. Oh my god, Jay Palmer.
Time to hit the hay. Up tomorrow at the crack of dusk.
That's sort of the point I was making. The specifics of the search engine and how bad it's getting. It's reached the point, look, Psyche. Do you see it up there? The shoes. It's getting worse. It's getting noticeably worse. Like, I don't even have to point to specific algorithms or, like, objective things or whatever to prove it's getting worse, because we're at the point now where just a random search is causing issues. Interesting. Let's go ahead and rest. That's a load screen. Jesus.
Now, this is something. Fire, can you... Oh, guess I found my body. Or did I?
So weary is the wanderer that treads upon the fertile soil.
I mean, true, TSB.
Awakens blooms incarnadine. Is the Wanderer not thirsty? Will they sup?
Hey there, fella. Are you talking to me?
Ah, it is the Truth Seeker. Will you not wake?
Am I asleep?
Wake up, detective.
What?
Wake up, detective! Huh? Oh. Well, all right then. I remember now. It was a cold day in December. Colder than usual, I mean. I was in my office, I was awake, and I was none too happy about it.
Come on, will you? I haven't got all day.
Oh yeah, a few leads on the enchantment of Whitby Island. It might just be a line in a tourist brochure, but you had to check these things. Nico presented me with this. Said it made sense for me to have it. I never figured out why.
You give me a hard time because that's straight flush, right?
A stack of old case notes that I'd filched from the files to check for breaches. This was how I'd found out about the anarch dentist and the senator. The 70s were a fun time.
Guy, where?
Sophia loaned me this. Said there was a message hiding in Cedric's work. I had not found it yet. Oh, my notes on the possibility of a golem under the Aurora Bridge. I should really get to that sometime. Oh, I got that off Nico so I could listen out for the sonic grid. Never had worked. Last time I looked, it was 2024. It was still 2024. No unexpected time jumps, which was only a mild disappointment.
Move it, will you?
I figured I'd left him there long enough.
About time. Evening, Officer Wheeler.
And I hope your night shift treats you with the joy and fulfillment that you deserve.
And I hope the same to you, you lousy deadbeat. I got a message for you, urgent, from your boss.
A bulletin from dear Captain Benny? Well, officer, you've perked up my prospects.
Good for you. But I gotta wonder what craziness you're bringing into our station this time.
Honestly, a noir vampire detective game sounds awesome. If, done well.
You know how it is, George, old buddy. The boss says jump. I've got to make some sort of attempt on gravity. Seattle by night is like any other big city. Stuffed full of drunks, dramas, and dreams. Someone's got to sweep them up.
Yeah, whatever. Here. I gotta get to the desk. Just do whatever you do, and I better not hear any... Well, any... Just... don't.
You can count on me.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. You owe me, Fabian. $30.
I do? Can't rightly remember why.
For Monday's game. Pay your debts, detective.
Okay.
Benny had sent me a little love note to go downtown to the Macon bar. Seemed the owner, Mr. Fletcher, had a problem. And with Fletcher, it was always better to deal with the problem before he skinned it alive. But I'd woken up hungry. I needed a bite to eat before heading out. Guy had been in the drunk tank for a couple of days. I didn't know his name, but that's okay, because neither did he. He was a chilled out sort of fella. I've always liked my drinks on the cool side. Well, good evening. Arlo, Hugo, William, Zebedee, or whoever you might be tonight.
Baby, ooh, it's so wonderful to see you.
Sure, buddy. And the same to you with a slice of lemon on the side.
Mommy have a baby soon. Lemony moss.
How is life through a bottle? Gotta say, I am jealous. Not a thing I've known for a long, long time. And contractually speaking, given my profession, I should be 3 whiskeys deep by now and looking for a pack of smokes.
My friend, life's a bowl of cherries. Sweet, sticky, full of color, and...
Spin me your philosophy there, Wilbur. Fabio? Philo? Philo?
And sometimes it's just the pits.
Ah, nice one. Hey, Orville? Orson? Oliver Cromwell? You remember anything yet?
Out for walking. Little mother snuggin', hug-a-buggin' a rug.
Folks call me peculiar, but you? Oh, you are on a whole new angle, Angelo.
Mother, kiss goodnight. Just full of belly, lemony moss.
And a great big lemony moss to you, fella.
No, Storm Mage Felix.
You've been here, what, 3 days? That must have been one hell of a bender, fella. That or someone slipped you a Mickey.
So personal fun, Fabio. Drunk, nice and warm, takes cares. Oh, eat 'em up.
Oh, I hear you. Always good to find a nice, relaxing beverage. Hey, come closer for a moment.
And food for you, Fabio.
Anyone ever tell you you got a real kick? Farewell, Marcel.
Night, Mr. Bride.
I like how off-camera-y that was.
It was time to head to the Macon bar since I'd had my cup of joe. Or Giuseppe, or whoever. Sure, sometimes I felt like a heel, but the folks I fed on mostly wouldn't miss it. One of the advantages of mortals, given time, they'd fill right back up. I had a few around the city. This fella was a new addition.
Right. And yeah, that person probably got hit with something a little bit more strong than, you know, alcohol. Close to us. Ah! This is weirdly detailed for a PlayStation where there's nothing you can do. Like, I'm a little weirded out by it. Oh. Also, there's cameras on the guy who we just drank his blood. So that's cool. Yeah, this is just this weird void. There's nothing here.
Wheeler was a nice guy. Really. Just a little single-minded.
You got that money, Fabian?
Always admired your persistence, George. A great asset to an officer. You let me out, I shake a few of my debtors, see what falls out. Get you something by Tuesday?
Not good enough, bud. You gotta settle what you owe.
Sure. Wouldn't want this hanging between us. Place like this, a man should set a good example.
Wheeler was a good cop, but the reason he got desk duty, a memory like Swiss cheese, partly my fault. Some things are better forgotten. Heartbreak, trauma, inconvenient gambling debts. I was going to have to deal with it the old-fashioned way and wipe his mind.
Just let me root around, George. I'll come up with something.
You're gonna mind wipe a guy over $20.
What's with the guy in the drunk tank?
Mr. Lemon? Usual story, fried his noodles, snorting his inheritance or something. Keep hoping someone will pick him up, but reckon the paperwork's been eaten by the chief's dog.
Mr. Lemon? That's his name?
No, we never got a name for him. We already have a stack of John Does. He likes citrus fruit. Go figure.
How's the wife? The kid? Little Johnny must be in long pants by now.
John moved to Chicago 3 years ago. We talked about it. I showed you a photo of his place.
Oh, sure. And, Doris?
Denise? Still on her spiritual awareness kick and still living with her yoga instructor, far as I know. This is not the way to make me forget a debt, Fabian. Come on.
How about that forecast, huh?
Don't believe the hype. White Christmas? Right. Me, I'm betting on a wet Christmas.
Ah, the festive backing up of the drains on South Jackson. That heady Yuletide aroma. Happy memories.
City Hall should bottle it as perfume. Plug the budget gap.
Smells of the city. You let me out, I'll go pick up my wallet.
You telling me you own a wallet?
It was no good. I'd have to scramble his gray matter. He wouldn't miss it. Later, Wheeler.
Yeah, just come back with fuller pockets.
Apologies. Hey, Wheeler, you, have a problem with me leaving? I owe you, or something?
Huh? What? Oh, no. No, buddy, sorry. God, I must have nodded off. No, everything's good. I'll just unlock the door for you.
Enjoy your night, George.
Just give him the $30, dude. Yeah, we literally just blew blood points over $30. I get that World of Darkness is, by design and definition, a crapsack world, but, like, come on.
I know you hurt. I know you are in pain.
Shelby, have you a moment before the rapture comes?
The world thrills as ecstasy reaches out for us both. Can you not feel it, Fabian?
Oh, I have a thirst. And I wouldn't want to ascend with a dry mouth.
Bliss can never be denied.
I love how they just fade to black.
That is just what I needed, Miss Shelby. My thanks. I have work to do before the end. Don't go anywhere.
Keep your eyes towards rapture, dearest detective.
Alright.
Why grind? What? Worry. It will all be swept away, and we will ascend to serenity.
But we're right here.
Mr. Fabian.
Evening, Patrick. I hear you've got trouble.
Yeah, same old, same old. You better go and talk to Mr. Fletcher.
If it isn't my old friend Fabian. Good of you to join us, finally.
Rush hour on the sidewalk. You know how it is. Weaving a path through the bums and the drunks. They tell me you've got a knot that I can help untie.
It's a curious one. There's a girl.
Isn't there always?
Indeed. This one came to my establishment on an errand from her sire. Would you believe it?
Not that unusual for one new embraced.
That's just it. She's mortal. Completely unblooded, far as we can tell. You'd better talk to her. She knows a little too much for my taste.
Know anything else about her?
Not a lot. She wears a heady perfume of cheap flowers, velvet clothes, too much eyeshadow. You know the type. The world's been throwing gothic tragedies at us for more than half a century. Fashion is fashion. This one, though, she talks of sires and masquerades. Someone's been teaching her our lingo.
She mention any names, places, faces?
After dropping a couple of heavy hints, she's clammed up. Rather amusingly, she says she won't talk to a member of staff, only a true vampire.
Maybe you could consider a cape and a nice high collar. I better check this out. Where can I find this girl?
Back room. I told her it's where we hold our most delicate assignations.
Classy.
She wants to talk to one of her sire's contacts. Figure it out, Fabian, and let me know how you're going to deal with it.
Okay. Oh god, I've lost the ability to jump. Okay, like, I swear he just said it was in the back rooms, but like there's nothing to this place other than there, which I can't reach, and over here, which there's no interaction with. Okay, never mind.
Hello, miss. May I have a moment of your time?
I'm sorry, I'm waiting for someone. Someone important. I don't want to talk to anyone, especially a cop.
God, the shadows on her face are so bad.
Waiting for your sire, right?
What? I don't know what you mean, detective.
So talk to me about vampires, throat sucking, all that sort of thing.
Am I breaking a law or something, detective? Because if not, you'd better leave.
What makes you think I'm a cop?
Please, have you seen what you're wearing? You're not exactly plain clothes.
I realized this wasn't going to work. She was too fixated on the whole detective ensemble.
Never mind, miss. Maybe we'll talk later.
Oh, I don't think so.
She might not talk to a cop, but she seemed the impressionable type. A little force of will, and she'd talk to who she thought I was. I'd picked up a trick or two in my time.
Well, hello there.
Oh my, you... I think I know what you are.
Glad she knew that, because I had no idea what she thought I was. I'd have to play this carefully. I can hear your heart. That soft pulsation. You are nervous, child.
Don't be silly. I don't have a heartbeat anymore. Leave me alone, you creep.
Ha! Never mind then. Crash and burn. I
What?
needed to figure out who she wanted to see.
Okay. So we just do that again then.
Well, hello there.
Oh.
Glad she knew that. You do, huh?
Wait. You're not...
Oh.
Okay, we'll just do this a third time now.
Well, hello there.
Oh.
Glad she... Welcome, daughter of the night.
Hello. You are one of his friends, aren't you?
Oh, yes. I know your sire.
Please tell me. Who are you?
I am thirsty. Should we share a bite?
You think this is funny? Who are you?
Ha, this wasn't...
Oh my gosh, this... Wow. And we just start over every time we fail.
Oh.
Glad she...
Okay.
Welcome.
Hello.
Oh, yes.
Please.
I...
It's you. It is you. I didn't think you'd come. I am Pandora. I am so pleased to meet you, Lord Fabian.
The staff tell me you bring word from your sire.
I do, yes. He said, beware the sword of the cross.
He did. It meant nothing to me, but I neglected my Bible studies. What do you know about me, exactly?
Oh, that you are powerful, that you are artful, that you are dangerous, that you conceal a well of such pain deep inside you. I share that pain too. I am so glad to be in your presence.
What was that about shared pain?
Oh, I know. You are so deep, Lord Fabian, that you mask it so well, that you lost your closest friend. But perhaps we can discuss it later, in more pleasant surroundings.
Tell me, how did your sire come to embrace you?
Oh, wait. I can't think of it right now. How weird.
Of course. I know your sire well, but what have you learned of him?
Oh, he's marvelous. Everything I could desire.
I mean, taste in clothes, model of car. Have you ever visited his haven?
It's odd. Now that you mention it, it's been a whirlwind few days. But, I'm sorry. I'm not sure.
How have you taken to our existence? The consuming of blood, the lateness of the hour.
I suppose I must have taken blood. It's the only way we survive, isn't it? I've dreamed about it, but I don't actually remember drinking. I must have, in the embrace, mustn't I?
It's not traditional for one of our kind to have a heartbeat. You seem to have one, though, and a lively one at that.
Oh, do I? That isn't right. I'm sure that it will fade as the blessing takes effect. I know some things take time, but honestly, I could kill for a cigarette.
Well, Pandora, it's been fascinating to talk to you. Sorry to tell you this, kid, but I'm a professional. And you should know, you're not a vampire.
Of course I am. Just look at my complexion, and I haven't eaten all day. I hunger for blood.
Or possibly cookies. Only time will tell. Don't go anywhere.
Of course not, Master.
Someone had tied her noodle in a real knot. I needed to talk to Fletcher.
What would a blood cookie taste like?
You talked to our gothic delight?
This is deliberate. She's been pushed here by someone. A few facts sketched in, but the rest blanked out. Someone's emptied Miss Pandora's mind. All she knows, find her sire's friend and give him a message.
And what was the message?
Beware the sword of the cross, she said. Mean anything to you?
Not a thing.
We should figure out who sent her here.
Well, that's what you're here for, isn't it? To sniff it out.
Good notion, I'll do that. I guess Patrick on the door might know.
Listen, I hunger for blood. The dark urges, they're taking over.
Hey there. Been chewing a few things over with your boss. I got a few questions.
No problem.
The girl has a fuzzy memory of how she got here. You notice anything? Did someone drop her off? Lend me your eagle eyes, Patrick.
Nah, just walked in off the street.
Walked? Wearing those clothes? In this weather?
I didn't see any car.
I smelled a rat here. Either Patrick's shirt was itchy, or he was covering something up.
Have you seen the girl before? She'd be easy to remember, right?
Not really. You'd be surprised how many of her type drift towards the Macom. Most don't get in, but the way she was talking, I knew this was something the boss needed to hear. I think she's a new face.
You got that right. Come on, Patrick. How did she really get here?
She walked in. That's just what happened, all right?
Something was on Patrick's mind, and I needed to take a peek at it.
I should get on, see if I can untangle this.
Good luck with that one.
What secrets are we keeping,
We should have taken the job in Atlanta.
What was that? A limo. That means someone with power. We don't rat on power. Oh, Patrick.
Hey, I've got more questions.
Sure.
Ha! Gotcha. I know it was a limo, Patrick. Why were you covering it up?
Okay. Yeah, it was a limo. Pulled up a block away, she got out the back, said thanks. That was it.
Didn't get a plate or look at the driver?
Nah, sorry. Business black, privacy glass, you know the drill. And you know we don't keep cameras here. Mr. Fletcher won't have them. But you get what it means.
I do, yeah. Limo means money, and kindred money? That screams court. Thanks, Patrick. For what it's worth, I get why you wanted to keep it on the down low. Catch you later, Patrick.
Thanks for helping out.
First, thank you, Unicorn Scotch, very much for the sub. Always appreciate. Could be coming, because, yeah, that is a thing. Probably is active. But the Cyberpunk, Dead Rising, 1R, and Expedition 33. Done. So, I'm trying to put into words why this method of gameplay bothers me. I might chew on it during lunch because I'm actually into my lunch break already. It's so vacuous. It's like, talk to someone. I refuse to talk to you. Okay, pop out. Use the only spell you can use on this person. Okay, now talk to me. This is actually something we talked about back in Third Birthday specifically. If the options the player has don't require any thought, any action, any decision, if there's no strategy involved whatsoever, then there's no gameplay, right? If the player isn't deciding to do something, then that's not game. Yeah, exactly, Tyr. If the gameplay is press the button to advance dialogue, that's not gameplay. Choice gameplay can be gameplay. I've talked about before. There's actually a lot of gameplay design to choice gameplay. But this isn't that. This is just press the button to advance the story. And yeah, it's still a walking sim, which there can be gameplay to, and we've actually talked about that, but this isn't. Yeah, there's nothing here. There's no branching, there's no style, there's no choices, there's no puzzle. All I'm doing is pressing the button in order to advance the cutscene. That's all I'm doing. I don't know. I think that's worthy of negative because, as pointed out, yeah, exactly. This is a cutscene, so just make it one. Just make it a cutscene, rather than this kind of masquerade, one might say, of gameplay. Yeah, honestly, there are games which have illusion of choice which do a better job of this. Honestly, Telltale games tend to. And the good Telltale games have actual honest-to-God choice. And yeah, you could do, like, there's clever things you could do with a flashback. I know we're in a flashback, but you could do things to make it so it's like, oh, hey, and by the way, we did this. And then that kind of changes things retroactively, and we adjust to it. I'm going to go grab lunch. I'll see you guys in a bit.